government, because the previous government, they toy with our river bodies and they are fast. This new government, they should rise up and do the work. They should deport all foreigners, Chinese, whatever, all those who are polluted. They should deport, they should arrest them, deport them. The word I hate cry in my life is that your friend is saying galamsey there, and you best stop here, and me and they won't you best stop. Am I in galamsey? How do I stop galamsey? Am I in the army? It means that the people who can stop it, the military, the police, they should do their work. I'm a pastor, I'm preaching. The best I can do is what I am saying, that this is mass murder, it is genocide, it is killing our children, and it must be stopped, and it must be stopped now.
Yeah. Some bloggers are pitching me against the president, that I'm blasting the president. I'm not blasting the president, I'm blasting those who are illegally destroying our water bodies. I'm not against president at all. I am against the people. Look, the River Thames in London. I don't know if you know River Thames in London. Very beautiful river. One of the oldest rivers in the UK. If they discover gold and minerals in the river, can we go there and mine in that river? We cannot be there. We will not even last 1 hour. We will be arrested immediately, because it will be illegal and so many things. How come people are doing illegal things in our countries and they are allowed to do whatever they want to do? I pray that the minister in charge, Emmanuel Amma Kofi Bua, who has been empowered by the government or the president, let's all pray for him so that he will succeed in dealing with illegal mining in our country. Because it will not be long. Very soon, the cabbage on your kitchen table will have chemicals in it, and the fish you'll be frying will have chemicals in it. But it will not be long. All the waters we are drinking will have chemicals in them, because the illegal mining activities is trying to overtake this country, and it's poisoning, it's mass murder, it's manslaughter, it's genocide. And very soon, listen, very soon, children who will be born after 10 years will be born without a nose, without a rectum, without certain parts of their bodies. That's what's going to happen because of these chemical reactions that we'll be drinking, our mothers and our sisters will be drinking, and the effect it will have on children. So we have to stop it. And I'm adding my voice that it must be stopped, and it must be stopped now. Illegal mining in our country, and all of them should be arrested and deported, because we can't go into their country and mine there.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Are you ready? You are listening to the CNG radio program of the year, Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM. This is the CNG radio program of the year, Ekosiisen.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, radio program of the year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. And there they come, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's now do the 27th award for the night's radio program of the year 2020. The sponsor is the Ghana Journalists Association. Let's welcome the presenter of the award, none other, yours and mine, Mr. Athol Morni, the national president of the GJA. Please, a round of applause. The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020. Let's do the radio program of the year 2023. The sponsor of this award is the Ghana Journalists Association, GJA. What radio program do you listen to? Is it the radio program of the year 2023? Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen, Asempa FM.
And that's the radio program of the year 2023, Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
The award for the political program of the year, radio, going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year, radio, Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Asempa FM, Ekosiisen, Asununity, sa platform media. Unya now betna subia na Fabibroni Bessie, it's a privilege and an honor. Na yamu be so part of the reception of this particular platform. Shasi Ache and no more so Shasi, and we thank you for maintaining that credibility when it comes to delivery of more program.
I mean, sure.
Obi,
yes.
I mean, your platform is a cherished platform. MPP, NDC, yes. They come here. Yes. You ask the relevant questions. Issues are discussed, and I think that is the image you also have as a host. And keep it up, keep it up. But don't run away from the court. Please practice your law.
I will do that.
Practice your law.
I have started.
Obi, consistently practice your law. You can combine, you can multitask.
Sure.
Do your journalism, do your media work, but practice your law. And your law will not depart from you.
I thank you, Syria. I thank you. Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 FM.
Obi mamenchia wati for na wahwe for nso. Na memo nso abaso wo. Adwuma so a wo ye de bo ma Ghana. Se wiabo na yamfa ya fidi anto ha. Yentensem a yekoso wo manum. And over the period Asempa FM motimi akavo niche bia mamo ho a nim say authentic information, authentic news. Me kwa na metia na mente say wuntumi ache no. Say nyam na mo kan ya. I mean, and how you get your information and how credible your informations have always been. No, I think say sabasobodie bia o ho a ye chicha and e dey bo abaso a mo na wo say de mamo tie bo mabaso o saade no.
Yeah, that's pa.
Ma me kan Ekosiisen ma mutin kwa na no enyonyamwa yedi ashtamu edumapa mo yene award ma monya bigidi pass dance se Ekosiisen Asempa monso Ghana ebi ma men kebeno mu pia mo ma kwani titru sani amode akan kasa ye adwuma obia wo de bia otiti ase na nsem tu kwan konenam America, New York, I want to taxi and fire na dipako otie Ekosiisen ewo taxi no emu eyem nwa na nso nyina aka ho bi na ya bom abaso amamo abosodode no Ewurade wonstram
Amen.
Yeah, enemy.
Yeah, Professor Stephen Kweku Asare. Yeah, that's a pa. Nyami shao.
Obi me that's a pa also nyami shao. Na twaso na ekosisen no mani nye kese na sie be ba no na office no aye kese pa.
Amen.
Okay. All right.
And Professor Stephen Kweku Asare, ono a legal practitioner, KPMG Professor of Accounting, University of Florida, and Motene in Kano. Yo, Prof, where the medase?
Yo, me wa do wa for em kra post for no na enche ho de magina ba bia bi men some kakra no nti sia wa men kofi.
Mate. Medase pa. Asempa FM, yes.
Na Asempa for na am kanya me some kase. Asempa de gospel di am kan Yesu Kristo ho asem.
Ye ka papa. Okay, ya na weti ye ka pa. Nyami sha wonso. Oh, nice. Medase. Professor Stephen Ade and Yatene Kano. Better saying
Obi, me too bro.
Na ye ka se wakodu Kumasi ana.
Obi abe na me bobo me ho be free ha. Na me tiri ja chairman hoda.
Oh, okay. Inti chairman da so won kan ha.
Ai o ha.
Na enra ye no na ye hwe videos no. Ase na chairman na ye very weak. Utimu se ase nshada ankoye eden no ka kire mo se eto no inside ho.
Obi dey kai. Wa me fa atudake se pa emma. Wa bo modern papa. Na you said ya gadia mekano. Democracy ya fa to ya mutu. Se be ko nanim na ajihin ewo ye maimu na obia so benya ahotoso ewo mu a ehia pa se ye nyina no ye beboa na eho asem bia no yetimi aka ama na wie peyo obi waya de nyame obeshira no o mai enda wati papa entani awo kan no finally the battle has ended. Freedom no wanya ba na kunimpi so aye nyina ya dia obi enda wati na the said ya obi say ya ye nyina no enra ye hu bie ewo mu no mo de se mu hu wo TV so me de na me gina ne nche pa e ma hu wo tu se ya yokofo ko mu kuna mayo obi yokofo nko mu kuna mayo
sa
oh na wa hwe obi hwe chairman nine pa o pega se dia entimi enye wi no ne nsa ne hu wo su se ya e die ben ko
Asempa.
Eti wo didi fa ko hwem ama ne fa ma ne rumu ta no a obi die ben na wo benya wo mu eti ben na wo benya ewiase ye ben eti ben kwan ye ya e wo se ye de ye nua tutanku wo mu de ne fa wo ha mu de ma wuntumi ampa na no wo so se ya wo de se na mo hwe wo TV to mi de mi gina ne nchen ne nan ne nsa na wo so ta ena me koye ontimi kran traffic o se po me sisi me donko oh obi ya di papa na bro ya di na bro
na ose eden se o ma na aduane ani anas eden no mo de ye no eden no ka kire mo ose den no mo de ye no inside
the idea no there won share dan kan specifically
okay
but me no mienu ye hunu a ti say dia wo hu ye ya wo bisa hu asemi me de na me se nchen kese am say de ko share down blow bi mo te say o wo de ate and wo puntunu wa obi ya on katai on ka deported no ya de ye no de but ne sem kayem ne body language ne wo no ankasa senia wo de sesia bibia no atesa every time
na ye report bi say ono aka say oko hunger strike in the only di eno na man ye mres anana
obi say arewo say yokofo edane ne maame dane ne papa dane ne yire dane na busu apani e na omu na say omu kwa na ni baabi e wo na obi arewo say wo a minimum what chime kwa boni to say akoshe dem wo de dane so bia na wo de ade akatakata wadi mo obi wan ka bedi omu de ade akatakata omu na yokofo no minimum amra mo sa ayi no a wo mo ne won kasa o omu ne won kasa ɛna ɔmo ba ɔmo de ade akatakata ɔmo anim eti wo de ɔde aduane na ebre no wakata n'anim eti ɛbɛyɛ no wadi eti for 6 days na ekipu no obi papa yɛ ndidi o wɔn ndidi na aduane de asɛ yɛ switch all the way o de ade aduane yɛ switch all the way eti komu kuna ma yɛ hwɛde ama yɛ chairman hwɛde awa yɛ chairman paa ne ho wusu sɛ ya na ne nan ɛdeɛ bɛnko
na ene oko party office no ukoja no
mantima oko party office obi na me mi we tira ye hwe akito ne ma wo ne fie
oh okay ba se oko party office no wa ye lively kakra o na
asa na se obi for the cameras dey obeye bibita be te kwa se wa ye wo peja nta ho no no se no atamesi ye bi ehun de ko wie
alright boy under the obekunipa it not just that no in na for the camera enko yes
oh sir o pese amanfo nya confidence say ayeye kakra ba mi na enu anwumre ye ne tina tia ko fi anopa me ta ko ho koto no no de ebia no de ba party office obi eye o tina me bo abaso say atemi wadi akira me ehun de akwa ko wie o ti ase charges no so aye de abo no so no wo gi ano o sin sembia ebisa ne bia no wo kan se cars ya o se cars na ye ne dia ti do se ne car ira no omna ne ho eye ne dia e na bosia no so waje na bosia no so no oni bank fo no na wo transaction o ti ase ansa na money laundry no so mo ka no so no mo freeze account no o so mo freeze my account eti dia wo mu a mo feel say eye illegal money abroni crows e wan crow de betu mu a mimi yiye no omo nkyere na no so onyia no eti wo be hu say at the end of the day no eye mafia work bia na ye no akeke o ti ase because some am okay what has happened to anti money laundering ayina wo bank for no obi disika kesi ekotuma bank eyifo no atimi ni cross checking ni di nkomo ansana ya waye sa anyama nti mo purchase all this one na samra no according to them one dey apply
uka MPP for na eka se sa nyoma we ekoso nyina no mo document ato ho na daachi bi MPP cyber power biwa mo so mo ne NDC for no be tia yam uka mo a e wo sa adwen ne ho
obi so we dey obvious to owo testimony na owo trotro no yeah look over there all he omo dey the mattress and the go bu amo omo o jase mattress be dey time to mo we omo dey mosquito net be omo to aka o sure
na just I want to say yemfa nche no mining tumpon kwa enim de unim yemfa nche
obi nyese yenum yemfa nche o na wo sheda susu di bone e ma unia fa ho hihia mu se ya enye sei na ne ye fe no o ti ase enye sei na ye nyina bilibu se e wo se ekono ba wo de fa ho dia ne ne ye nyina so ne yemfa ho bi o ti ase ye nya fa ho na ye draw a ne ne ye nyina no e be du da bi ne nyina ti ase do ya ye ho achen ya be de yenko civil way no na mo ye nyina
Poliando
because at the end of the day it's been over 30 years and we should not get stuck in a cycle of retribution and the vindictiveness we are saying that is not how countries are developed. So, and to me, as a patriot of our country, I believe in accountability. Yes, if any state officer or official has tinkered of the public treasury, he's got to face the consequences of his actions or inaction. So, and I'm not against that. But a choir offers virtually, is virtually passed a guilty sentence on the man, even before the trial starts. Because at the end of the day, why do you need his physical presence before you can conclude your investigations? They are supposed to read you your rights and tell you say you can exercise silence. And since any pan crown say, oh, but someone him can also on Kasa. And they have you now with my what do you mean? So And I think it's important that we understand the law properly and does things the right way. So, intermediate offer so in the first place, I mean, from time immemorial, I never agree with the president that there was a need for this office, which I believe is a drain on our resources. I mean, we have a director of public prosecution. Of late, until Bianca or DPP. Yes, sir. Some be a but the famous directors of prosecutions in the country, they are part of the Ministry of Justice. They can work. But anyway, given that this has been already set up,
yes,
but it does not mean you should use your office or the government should use all its powers that we all respect to intimidate and hustle Ghanaians. I think it's completely wrong. And to acquire or Namsono, the Mentiase, so far, since he became OSP, how many cases has he gone to court and won? And if you want to compare to the amount of money, resources that has been placed at the disposal of that office, I mean, look at the cost and benefit analysis. Have we benefited as a state? The amount of money we spent on that office, what have they delivered? So, and I think this kind of behavior is not right. Let's focus on Nema Papa. I want to be an advocate for doing things the right way in our country. So, and it doesn't matter whether it is NDC or MPP. It doesn't matter whose act is God. If you are found to have misconducted yourself, you have to pay the penalty. But the procedure has to be right. It has to go through all the channels that are laid down by our laws. In the media, say what will be Osei Oyare. Now there are many channels of communication. Zoom or Microsoft there are other channels that obey and no edinkita. I think this attempt to say why in person may declare wanted na mema Interpol abecho. I mean that is prejudicial. You are trying to judge the case before the man arrives in court. And I think that well-meaning Ghanaians should stand up and say, look, we can't accept this. I know that perhaps the person is not the most popular human being in Ghana, and we all know why. So, but maybe I'm not one who likes to kick people when they're on the ground. I if you say, we should protest against it.
Yeah.
So, and she said, well, decide to say about 4 or 5 cases are. Yes, you can have 4 or 5 cases. But what charging on charging. The move back on go to the court, let the judge decide on the veracity of the evidence that you adduce against your suspect. If in case went to Myanmar and the judge feels that the case can go on without him. After all, we've seen several examples of trials in absentia in Ghana. So, what is this compulsion, obsession with I think it's un-Ghanaian, it's unnecessary, and it's too much drama. Yes, we are creating a cycle of vengeance and retribution that will not help the building of a cohesive country.
2 points in your
and lawyer for the representatives no pe kwan pa omone OSP ebe fa so atumi ato adwen na bre semu no omo atumi edi yi ato yi na mom said e bi mo ka say by the conduct of special prosecutor no already were declare Ken guilty no dey no dey mene ofo no nya adwene obi menye lawyer but prosecutor be if we are not very very convinced about ukesa you don't even start investigating. Now again okan bibi say na minu can say the tamakulo de any ade they say I don't know law mo am go be a friend para victory say bia wako di nkunim bi na mfaso bi ama so they say so person ukeji obi na convicting na nipa no ni what victory na
you take steps and bring the person
no but to see I can see all those the reason they say court na or secure conviction now went to me and secure jail than at your penna now on yet. So in any case, but what I want to say and say yare woman, we all need to be careful. But it is up to them. Obi say, oh yeah, accused that. You the responsibility is on you how to engage Ebema prosecutor no and so a situation but often say you're right to say na you Japan ka say opa na bekasa the fact that one kasa no doesn't mean say oh you're innocent. They can go ahead and prosecute you. Ndio pobe tumi aba akoduru ho amana ka say on kasa openso a on ma but a option into one ma et say police invite you. Police initially be a share the caliber of person you are. They say untumi they've extended invitation to you. That is more courteous. Now who decline invitation, then they will come with arrest. And the way they are not and yet kisia jamen sorry that all declare no, fugitive. We're taking other steps. And in the opinion of the office of the special prosecutor, no, the other side and reciprocated that gesture because even this Ken team request here or the kakra can and if for any reason you cannot be available, just communicate, engage. Now idea mempe obi o manyo say money political equalization. But when these people talk as if we say sa no ma we bin see o de many members draw comparison. So be a 10 kura obi a 1 na wrong I will condemn men case obi yes but they should not try and compare say ya pencil ya nyese ya pencil. Look at obi a ono gina court da ye force obi japa se mo be kan na yewura gofre da me de say kwan bia so no na de omo hwehwe ne say so no kura be baba be tenia ba be prosecution witness like or more no ma omo secure conviction to the sense the conviction no kura on secure na a delay no ma ne ade a the big man himself wants ato caged and all these things across wo maimu none of nipa and minia tihenanka you expect to say that time because it can happen to any one of us here but young condemn now we turn around and oh yes sir then the impression you are creating is that you are protecting one of your own.
Our web story just 2 hours ago, US embassy still pegging visa fees at $16 to $1. Why do you think the US government is doing
Asempa FM?
Why do you think they are doing that? Why are they still pegging it at 16? The rate of appreciation now yenyano anka by now as a petrol eye be 10 cedis or 9 cedis. But petrol is still at what? Yeah, corner petrol just about 13 something. And the petrol that's what you're saying. What was our question? I know that Chile say be at the corner AC no. Artificial because this is no any idea no they may reduce it. But sad decline now who no. Ono no anya sao because only assurance. To be this in be 45 pesos be free so 50 pesos be free so abro so 1 cedi be then free so banka by now baby a cedi na dollar na dru no esanka petrol edru be 11 or 10 by now. Adentina petrol that's 13. Have you asked yourself that question? If you've had almost so they've had almost 30-something% appreciation of the cedi, how come it hasn't reflected in petrol? Because only time at petrol
OMC says they are selling old stock.
Of course. Why do you think they are saying that? Because they will tell you so mokotono at a certain price.
Yes.
Now the officer petrol no a free and ramon krebi. Officer bosumi no mon krebi.
But what it means is so more tongue old story when their new stock comes, then it will
Obi say me wa assurance say baby I see the na ho dey na be sustainer I'll reduce it. If I have the assurance say be sustainer I'll reduce it. I just gave you an example of a US government still pegging. So me dey can say Asempa hwe obi an ko hwe BOG Addison story be here or say if I want to bring the cedi to 10 I can do it. But is it sustainable? Is it sustainable? Intermediate I hear me there because said you se me disika kwa bruchira
yes
kompia mrebebre hame niji
Asempa FM.
but the point is ade na wo ye no, are you doing it to score political points? Now obi wo hu ya me wanwa pa aden wo ya me wanwa aden only Sami Jenfi betna ha Emma Sami Jenfi beka gold hu na gold for forest when Timia challenge Sami Jenfi say Sami sa idea ya wo ti ha na mu take credit for you say you did gold e kwaji dollar mu super ba umia on it. You couldn't challenge him.
No, what they criticized was gold for oil.
What is that supposed to mean?
It was gold for oil.
You see, let me tell you.
Yes.
Bawumia did what we call gold purchase program.
Sure.
Gold purchase program, there were two legs. The gold for oil and gold for reserves. Ninginano is supposed to shore up our FX.
Sure.
Ninginano, the underpinning argument, and they say, you bet me the gold no abwa ama ye forex no aho deny den ejina.
Yes.
Until Bawumia yes ade no wo no ate wo Ghana ye history we mu da. See the gold aye.
I am telling you that there is no way these people should even open the baby the Ghana for akodru no. This nation Ghana say your breath of fresh air. A relief has come to us. Say enya president our journey, enya president or pay asem, enya president our you good what do good. That's the way they be America doing good by Ghanaians. He has done it. Ade so ntimi nya no waye. O makama ba. But the moti wa mo be hu hospital papa bi excellency John Dramani Mahama obesan CBO. No, that project the big
from agenda 111.
The agenda 111 then there's only a year around. Ubehu so basic big push ubehu. One hospital see a year no one. Hospital see an infrastructure more fair. A year no one. Obesi BBFM shows obeti me at Nicole into something that we've never Obiakwa koda mayo America. His Excellency Mahama Besi Mayo Ghana. Obesi Mayo more than Mayo. Na ebedru baby ni Ghana ayare kra wo nkotu kwan na wakọ because wo mayo ni bi wa ha obi nya kwan we nsi mayo ni wo ha no akoda ho tomra wo se wo maka 2 days ye twen no o ma March 15th e twen 14th ayi be menda adwada no pa I want to see him in this country akosi mayo and odem he says Excellency Mahama odwene Ghana fo nti wo baba be ya de papa ma Ghana fo hu say yes ye Asempa pa bi ba enra MPP for bukra budget na mu ye omo de enya na omo sorry na omo to we are all involved enya omo
and the omo press conference went here
omo ko to we are all involved no de yes kan ye de bia ye omo no ma be press conference to papa wo maniwo on the papa omo to we are all involved
almost data mo de share budget ni mo nyina no concocted data mo di brim Ghana for any so mama IMF grab wefu
IMF bay and the best kwhwe ayimpacho bisa ayi World Bank papa no buy send you
obinie ekosisen nie Bonsu awo minisempa de brane mamba obi som
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Oribo Ekosisen Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa FM Obi nebado Obibo Ode Asempa nabo Obi nebado Ekosisen nie Bonsu awo minisempa de brane mamba obi som Oribo Ekosisen
Asempa FM. Ekosiisen. 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 Asempa FM. Ekosiisen. Asempa 94.7. Asunyine tie. Inti muma yenina so obiane na so
Asempa FM
kana bitumpono
Safa, this is a Saba.
Asempa FM.
94.7 Wednesday afternoon, the 4th day of June 2025. The day rings a bell, huh? 4th June. 37 minutes after 2 Asempa 94.7 FM. Emra said Ekosiisen Jumedie no ebebrem. Said Emunim na medin di Osei Bonsu from Obi. I'm privileged to be speaking on behalf of the best production team in our country. Dominic Isiyabo, Nana Chum Berema, Jackson Osei Ntiamoa, Ebenezer Tete, Oman Hene Kwabena Sante, ena Ekwia Boachewa Yadom. Omune Boya me di Ekosiisen Jumedie ebrem. If you are listening to us for the first time, this is Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, and current affairs talk show, Ekosiisen on Asempa FM, the reigning CIMG radio program of the year. Join us with your thoughts on YouTube, Asempa 94.7 FM on YouTube. That's where we stream this show live. Into Uko YouTuber, Ubehuyen, the Ayayo Studio Henyana, Ubehune, kama. It was YouTube. Baby, I will share you fee for within to her crowd also. Ma yen in who Ghana Hami, who are Bruchra. Country also state city my yen fa wudi entruja ebia make say office and a wutie office be mu na wo fabre bia medin e de akosua mansa me adwuma ewo social welfare department Accra fabre ye bebo udin na wiase nyina nso ehu se utie Ekosiisen. It's a powerful show, and to be proud to be associated with Ekosiisen. Let the world know that you are listening. Fabrena, Yemfantu Janagan and Yinibianso Ente. We have affiliates across Ghana, over 17 of them, from Kesmi Radio in Tamale to Ebiamo FM in Tikobo #1. Sounds now Kwamanonea from Golden Radio in Worcester through to Abawa FM in the UK, to Sankofa FM in Stuttgart, Germany, to GL Radio Online, China, over 125 radio stations, and Ekosiisen live, Bridge. Yatnase. Your WhatsApp number is 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. O adwentra fafaso ebrain na yenkan emau 0548 443 523. Enche yede me hear some segment na ebebram ene wukriada akwesinsia abekansa ewo studio ha ene enche mo betenenka na afei ensemu a ahye yakoma so no yede atuja. We say Obi, good afternoon, my name is Joseph from Burma. Is it Burma camp here in Accra? I can see me show a profile picture and is a Obey Sujani into Burma camp and good afternoon to you. We say Obi, this is Charles Quatting listening to you from Spec Up Limited in Adenta, Washington Bay. Charles Quatting Yedase. Obi, good afternoon. I wish myself a happy belated birthday. Yesterday was my birthday. My name is Ohene Dakon Yedase. Obi, excuse me. This is Paradise from Accra, New Town. Obi, we are brutal. Please, the South African music, you should play it more, like 2 or 3 times for us. Kindly explain the new bill that was passed yesterday, please. One of the big stories in the Yebeshe na Yediho and Komo Intianra, the Energy Sector Levies Act. There was an amendment to the Act. Parliament Ejitu Enra. It was sent to Parliament under a certificate of urgency. But what does it mean? In this amendment na akosono. Miniwa yetie show, what does it mean to us? In the say yes, started say you implemented this amendment now. Oko fuel pump now koto fuel. What does it mean to you? And you be breaking it down. Na monsumetimi atemo ho ase. And what is the rationale for this new amendment? There some increment eba to ESLA levy. Obi, I'm watching you live from New York City, Lexington Avenue. Yesterday, when the MPP MP spoke about taxes on fuel, stating that every liter would incur charge of 1 Ghana cedi. I thought he was engaging in propaganda. Okay, later you got to know, say, no crap. Medase. Obi, good day. I'm listening to you live from my office inside Kwashiman ME Networks, DFF Photography, Nana Ajeman, Nana Jamie, and Udiwe Abba. Obi, I am Moses, listening to you from Takrade. God bless you for the good work. Moses, thank you. We appreciate the fact that you make time to listen to us. We say Obi, Chairman Ike, aka Bibini. Okay, Bibini Enye. I remember this name. Ewo Takrade. I don't know if it's the same person. We say Obi, good afternoon. Okay, the Master Planner Junior Ewo Kentampo and so sharing. Yeah, WhatsApp number ni bio 0548 443 523. More YouTube no. Mamemfa mienu miense bidi into ya Kingsley Apiedu. Osei, good afternoon to us. Listening to you live from Accra Girls. Your show is the best. Thank you, Kingsley. Pastor Akoto o Pickering, Ontario, Canada. Osei ochia wunuya Benjamin Osafo Quenin our Anglo Gold Ashanti and your wife Mavis and the kids Samuel and Alice. Pastor Akoto Yedase. Isaac Esuman also sharing from Achimota, and we should extend your regards to Honorable Abna Osei Asare, Honorable Asabi, and Kwabna Frempong, Deputy Protocol Director of the NPP. Dominic Bansa, Osei, good afternoon, Lawyer Obi. I'm listening to you live from Southampton in the UK. Dominic Ewukubansa Yedase. Don Fe Kwabna, Osei o Hamburg, Amisco Spelele o Kaswa. Frank Apia or Leicester City in the United Kingdom. Theresa Asare also sharing from Humberstone and UK. Oh, okay. Humberstone, my first time hearing it. We say, Obi, I'm watching you live from African University of Communications and Business, AUCB campus, formerly AUCC, Ewa Adabraka. Okay, so Dominic School, no. Dominic is here, boy. Oko school ne kakra ewo eno ko wie ewo and the Unimac. Unimac no the masters. The masters na in program there. PR, public relations. It was a me busem when they fake certificate fly over there be me musema ha na akofa asema ba. Charlie, I'm off for one issue. Now who needs certificate I go fake it side. I am entias you. No man from concourse you dey certificate. What also what tell? Who does that? And you the papa and I believe say if there is any lesson maybe minim say e kasa bia na audit be a course behind the scenes of appointees ni nyina CVs. Yeah. Any almost certificate it should happen. But people should not benefit from where they've not sown. What you say? Sure. It is a obi ako school and they ebinum that so meaning say obi say John Jenapo say or a PhD. Yeah. You understand the University of Ghana in the Anyagro. What you say? Ato force na ko PhD ewo KNUST. Who's a PhD with Ghana house no? In the ultimate family a sticker KNUST or no crowd here actual science. In the one is
one of the most difficult subjects. It's in here, Papa.
Actual science.
No, go away in every and I said, oh, yeah, now we go creativity. Now, so bad. Yeah, I think they said that they can say a good set, but for the boy, you know, be a CV, be you all the certificates. You say, I'm pa, Senipano, 8 me, and you see, one thing about presidential appointment, yes, sir. Seman Peniso and Peso, you mam na bet me achieve and obey the yes. Don't fake what you are not. And the Asempa banner. Because all do no kanekeke, unye bone. And that be show Pepe be if University of Ghana, if you can UST, if UCC, if University of Education, nearby who say and yes, and why am from so? I am from so. Unia mampan for near one thing. Near place you baby or one day.
Because some positions be or you should get certain qualifications.
That's what qualify. And yes, or what is a man for hand more those move from show be. Now, Pam will be a creative media man.
There should be credibility to public office. Once you occupy public office, the least you can do is to engage in neoma a dental credibility.
That is it.
You don't have to do it. And yes, will be serious. And I believe that the president should lead this charge.
Yeah.
You know, against the backdrop of code of ethics. And he should lead this charge. Now, if there should be an audit, the chief of staff is more like the HR head for government. And he should lead this thing. It's embarrassing because about our Obiaji position.
Now, or merit the credentials, no, they are
embarrassing.
They be
very embarrassing. Because you never make I see a call Legon first year. Yeah, because second year, near the notice, a baby notice board. Say, or more, I should share or more certificate or more the bar Legon more. You won't say you fake near you ready. Yeah, you were the Udimbo notice board, the whole school. So the fake certificate in the bar. Can you imagine?
And yes, be a what this year and conquer, but all the requirement at the bar no fake. Oh, Charlie.
And yet it is a Legon probably for that thing, and then
a money they be annoying. So I think it was a right thing. Say man penimo mutu sana more.
Yes.
And do one signing any reason there, but there be a senate can say as many dance if you be dance. First letter by near the doctor as soon as
yes.
The second letter revoking appointment near doctor so a more setting clue say maybe the commodina na air question and then penny for to one more.
And so what follow social media in recent times and you find say some other people being soon the chief of staff should take investigate and let's deal with people because it doesn't matter how good the person is. So we can throw a certificate one. It doesn't qualify for public office. No matter how good you are. You know, we should begin to attach some seriousness to
government. But because Obi, near a work say your true person.
Yes.
It helps determine which field you can best perform. So now, because since I'm me too, have nothing, no much knowledge about science. Because you two know Chairman Penis, my past Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Now, because
as a minister there, you are the political head of the ministry. Not having knowledge in that field, per se, should not disqualify you.
Obi, sad no, dangerous.
I don't think so.
No, you see, say Ushia technocrat no.
Yes.
Near who say. Wo ya otwe enkomo ayedi unim ho maachia that is why be nwakọ sensa niam bia unti asem.
No, but that's why you have universal education. It's expected says where we university you should at least appreciate nioma in the NA se wo fa science subject be na se wo kan. You might not have a thorough in-depth understanding, but you should appreciate what is before you. That is what you need at the onset. But you have to learn on the job. In the day I cited Napo example. Napo, everybody knew was a medical doctor. When he took over the education ministry, I said, or your media engagement be at the ministry. And your koyana or your PowerPoint presentation. I mean, all the journalists in that room, now we are to show Napo. The knowledge he exhibited in the area of education was unbelievable. And he was barely 6 months at the ministry. You understand? You should be teachable. You should be somebody but onset be able to appreciate neomeda because the first year I was science and environment ministry and just say near the document I bet you him. Now say document I was sign will be a galamse you know. I mean, you cannot tell anybody say on your scientist into but you just have to have a teachable spirit. Absolutely.
But you say that name
so you don't lead. Then you don't put that person.
For example, a science student.
Yes.
One of the most of science students no minimal student they are able to grasp enema Instagram.
Sure.
A lawyer,
yes.
Obia wasua emra.
Yes.
Obia otiminya fair knowledge of enema bi ekakra. Ya kami enko efensia. Efensia. Obia efensia kwa ofasi baba.
Ekosiisen so the high Asempa.
Ibi ni akoka ni kwa say.
Ekosiisen in the here some segment na air trauma so let's know where you are. Dr. Srebo Kweku, Electoral Commission. Onu nim say the PhD that economics.
Oh, okay.
UCC. Dr. Sebo Wabiamos.
UCC. Oh, wow.
UCC.
Oh, doctor.
I mean, PhD was Ghana, Handy, Charlie.
Especially UCC, University of Ghana.
That's all tough. When you earn it like that,
sure.
You say, and then you be so the only PhD, then you DBA in the Doctor of Business Administration. And also it's in vogue now. Over 2 years now, they don't like proper thesis now.
It's a PhD for a year.
You use the title Doctor Palgrave Dankwa. Dr. Randy Abemo, your proper PhD. Yes, but almost a DBA. It's something. So,
and say, I'm for Antiasia.
Yes.
Or Cheveka to the Polonia PhD and offer no doctor. Yeah. Tell so,
mono the ewo. But
the best so say Obi was certificate now. And can be being found to so only.
Okay.
Yes. The best
misinformation
and can be found to Pacoso only because Obi there be make us misinformation. No, I did a bit near to the credibility of Obino.
It's true.
Because Nipa no tea some face, be no nyamra metie correction na e bae no. O chira na atone trim. It is sometimes you people me very especially home to kwan pa no. Or you very careful about the credibility. Because yes I say Udu embezia ya show social media ni ade no. Se nipa ready be kakra bi fa wa no afa ho adwen. Ona so kwai so to say. Now, how to prove to the person say untesad? You have few minutes. Asma ka so onyin but so the way na mahu afa ho. It has so ye careful. Ye say no credit me hinta no. Say no kra me hinta no. But misinformation. Ye should that boy through podcast mo to ni pe so. Ya ye ni pe fi pass asma ye kai enye no kre.
And
how Crawford them obi.
I get it, it's true. And nipa be na bi nso ho a omo pa adesua.
Yeah.
And it's half to so omo knowledge acquisition, no, it comes to them very easy.
Yeah.
One person I can cite Dr. Prince Hamid Ama.
Sure. Yeah.
Former President Team MP.
Yeah.
Good. Ono say adesua ne de like osua de na nije. It wo de hwe. Osha Prince Ama profiler. O starte University of Education Winneba. Okay, Bachelor of Education Honors in Mathematics.
Okay.
2007. Bachelor of Education Mathematics. University of Education Winneba. Owie you know. And okay, Masters of Education in Mathematics.
Okay.
2011 and also University of Education Winneba.
Wow.
Yes, Masters Mathematics. Owie no okay, PhD Mathematics Education.
Wow.
Yes. University of Aberdeen. United Kingdom,
UK,
Scotland, yes. Into a Bachelor Mathematics, Masters Mathematics, PhD Mathematics Education.
It is on what defining the focus.
Or we are weighing in ano. On your PhD, you will be say, oh, PhD there.
Where we are, yeah.
After MSc, Master of Science in Development Finance. University of Ghana Business School.
That's what the mass in the home free more.
Development Finance. Or we MSc, no?
Yeah.
And no sanko koye Bachelor of Laws in the LLB ewa Gempa Owie LLB na obi abefite entrance akoma kola onyanko makola ba sisi awase start Masters in Economic Policy Management na Dr. Prezama pa o ono amekan Dr. Ama anyway, we're in a third master's degree. Why a PhD? Why a LLB? And then pa no je wasa say so. Dr. Prince Sam. Na nipa no se me dem pa adusua. Na adusua no.
Nipa go so yakasa enyu akosi ajiman.
Kwesi ajiman. Adom news
editor.
Yes.
All in life nyina. Adusua sa. It's also a PhD can the encho be wie. Akwesi so encho no so ebe. Adusua nko a. Is eye. Obi eye. Omboa nom de omonim de no achechire. Oh man.
Oh, but Dr. Prince, when is that Dr. Prince? Not in the Aberdeen.
Oh, okay.
In the masters, no any PhD.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you any PhD in record time? Oh, record time. 1 day, cram that's all.
Wow.
Record time. Time here, the man from the onset. Pa, gather the data ye be we ekobo the defense ye be we wa ben onima de o say ankofo no honest camo squad no o ma ben enti adesua no ye o mo de John Jinapo say we sua de sa masters bebre and he was a PhD.
Okay,
Charlie, you was ankofo no, you know, and it's good. I mean, who mo inspire men kon ko ye fake certificate sua de among for mo na nko sisi nsuo mu nsuo ade na
Philip Osei Bonsu.
Yeah, what's it?
Brutal.
No, Charlie. Nso ye too much. Me Judy o. Honorable Ekosiisen Tasefua. Ono so pa this now. Ekosiisen, good afternoon to you.
Lawyer.
Charlie.
Lawyer.
Yeah, lawyer. We say Obi, we too in the UK. The PhD is hard oh share. The way I'm suffering here in the University of Bristol. The supervisors are stubborn. The PhD no dear is like solving galamsey in Ghana. Your brother emotion. Hey, emotion.
Oh, but no, be no PhD bia obi buniye pa. Yes. Easy thing. Yeah.
Where is it, Obi? This is Francis Delado. Francis Delado, yeah. And my mate was St. John's School. And then I would also say today is my birthday. Happy birthday to you, Francis. Have a fantastic birthday. Big stories. And okay, we say Obi, happy birthday to Frank Amponsa of the New Crusading Gang.
Yeah.
Unim no?
Frank Amponsa.
Okay.
Yeah. And then birthday.
Amponsa,
yeah.
New Crusading
Frank,
Gang.
happy birthday. Yami enshana onyo kese ko sobeye kese
pa. Great. We say Obi, welcome to a brand new day. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM, very impactful and irresistible. Listening to you live from Dallas, Texas, in the US of A. Danny Kwejo Ampofo. And Dallas, unim Dallas. Texas, US of A. Unim ho. Wako Texas da. Wako US of A da.
Minko US da.
Unko US da. We sure.
Oh, I know some trying to be. Me the idea me go. Me the idea we be some me and then all there. Because some mechanical crunch want to me. That is it. We are to go we na be me. What do you mean? Today I was me trying to I go see my US. Abraham go US. Me go US. Me go US. Nya fe na meje ho na na dey Dallas na Texas na me wona edua bi ese me go ba bia.
Nko ba bia. O kano kre no.
Yes. Me de na ja. O chira me pesa so ma be kan be frem se be yi ho ano. Me kwa no. Obi na beto ade aka so na emu se mpanifo si overpass bi.
Okay.
E wo Prosec on.
Yeah, Prosec. Yes.
Emi asiska na etu egu.
Adai.
Omo mfa so.
Se no school fo ni nti.
Omo mfa so bi.
Na so omo nsin wi.
Omo mfa so. Obi omo mfa so. Omo mfa so. Emi asiska na etu egu. Omo mfa so.
Wow.
Obi on number di na kwanso bia be ka to so we ka na e bokwa. E ka.
Oh, so school for no you are sure some of the
Obi. Let's go for boy. Omugoy for school for boy. How many times don't travel? How many times don't travel? Le gon for yasem wan e ke ye. Se le gon for no di omumfa so. Obi omumfa so. Unzen so I say Medina kwantenten sa. Omumfa so. See ye be enforce say chinchi no omumfa so dey fine. But I'm telling you, Obi.
Yeah, I've seen a number of them.
Yes, abai koye ebi wo Medina dental quantum. Abra e maburu she ties wo kwam. Sabra ne kwako wie sa overpass no. Na enka ban budget ho.
I remember.
But because of Oshubo ya na eba, and say carbon crofo. Obi na kwaso.
Oh, surprisingly, omumfaso. But can't bongo have all of that a mongo
omutwa kwen Mr. E was one
omugusu
omutwa kwen Mr.
But can't bongo for na jai
me ntisa bo bibiem o man no yasem
Ghana
Obi so o manage Ghana ni e difficult tina galam say asetu ode no Obi tina galam say asetu ode no It's another we do the BM do machine din say am say
Asempa FM.
So me kemi pa na woman ka me kan na penfo ti aka say ska no koye adoye obi a Medina social welfare center. Bis omo fa ho.
In the front na omo ye wo N1 baby a hokra baby a Las Palmas wo N1.
Yeah, Nyamiche side one.
Is that Nyamiche?
Ana Nyamiche. La Paz.
Who's omo ye new one bi wo.
Yeah.
Metal one no.
So on me can say ba ko no mo yesi e we chire ene aya ba animu. O de be sa akwa akohwe.
So on be fa so a.
Me see ene de Medina de no. Ade tonfo ne se won esese ska na aja poso.
And also say yes contractor then so staircase now the be for ade no. Or ye no wind and be 5.
Na ko nya ni say. Yeah, aba ga be jazz. Ko nya ni say.
Ufuru ko say. Na waba say wa sane afa say
no obi because no crow me say e ko no yen cross it.
Okay,
yen cross it.
Okay,
eti the plan ankasa no enka plan wo say e be ye e bi sa house eti enya space
enya reservation
that is it but e ko ba say ho be hia so say koye no eti man ko ba say ko space no koye afo no ko bu prudential man go atu aguana that is it eja fe na sa man for stores no masi no ye ko bu aguana ono agi na sa no auto fence eti enka plan because ho ye cross it baby e cross na ye e de mom no but obi abeso be fa ho ama nam sudo na please for Ejoka just please say ana mo kofa over the soccer just come adwuma ho
ba o hwe mo cross.
Oh yes o se nyina adwuma so be ka cho bi say okofa overpass no na ni assembly na adwuma o so ndo so hwe traffic light making sure so be en cross abra so red making sure so congestion emma
ho
e honum na nyina se de so be ka obi atiko say okofa overpass ne so me see obi enam no ka say udru Medina na hwe ni pa abodom pem e cross kwan wa bra ye overpass hono mu a o ye mbehye
Asempa FM
ko ka no nyese ba ko stop ya na no omo mo ko adenta no stop ya o fe betu atwa ne say esa de aba atomic runabout e bi so se be cross e de akọ market ni inside e be bibia be fa bia car e cross eti traffic ne pese de control se na be ya nipa emompes no ye say gina ABC dim ene asa akoboka akoya ade a amanfo news am se me hunu ai Prosecutor de no
na eyo mobo
hwe ni am se me nim for this self John by maybe bi on e say akoye
ya twiska gu
yeah that's it but no chrome pies only say be de e pen ya police for ene eko John vacations amanfo e be fro
na ya emma ni mpo no mo ye me wawa
obi wa da kra sa show mochi
sale o she skirt so na wa buy the name of aboyi so me say hey now how do you put yourself in this
yes am twefon so can be apply please for no e say so mo hwe nkrofo man krofo ebu nkotodwe ye ni no be kasa de tia
human rights
and right you see eba ye no so be kasa time no afeni mo time din kakra na dodo na so afeni eyi wona e ton niema overpass no so wona stress sika ni eyi omo nyina de free wona afeni de human rights no human right o ene e jai ne asakwe
na face wire net na original minister
matete no abubu ni nyina egu o matete na abubu ni nyina eti enne
de me ya wo ho ne se wudru sa Madina ho na boys na ton jeans na ye she ne start no omutimi what jeans ne start say dewa no mo de abesen finfin ho me say
o de jeans na gu a o shirt na esise hanga ne so e be twa
Chale bagan mo
serious
in finfin such a critical road
yes
I was see keep on my jeans start say damn near the abesen finfin ho nyina me say what is this
kopa mo yempam
he says what about chrome higher drivers na say e kwan 3 lanes and driver for agi2
omde ba ko lo
omfo bia ho
ye de ba ko lo di
na ba ko park
Medina say we ko na kwabra ne agina kwan mu no ofa dipa ba nu so tim na ka ten so be siwa wonsim obeka to so please for beche no na won say all load na nkrofo gina obegina sa kwan nim afa ni partner kan nim ya so den there obi too much
I don't know how we can
ya so den no too much na
Charlie
to the business anhwe antimi manage ni be ya so man chichire no obi adin
and that's why sometimes when politicians are promising, I don't know if they are oblivious of the reality on the ground. Say, omunim the Ghana for you suni a buying ete. Say, there you moderate expectations.
Say, Ghana ni asumyene de pa. Ghana ni asumyene de pa. Eti ade a obeka ebe to na sum. Eno beje di. So betimi aye so ntimi nye. Etuba no antimi anya na afi no wokem. Ye shede nimre ye di analyze ne ma. There be obi aye busy. Especially in Kankrojo mu ade kwade. Adaje kra ni wo. Tina no meka che obi say ene so unyo bi ma ne try so o tie news 1 hour.
Unless you put together a very exciting and compelling news bulletin.
Ending. Said Ghana need to make 1 hour meeting.
The attention span no I very short.
That is it.
And also the piano Ghana no want to hear something new. In the story never and I be now a man for blame media no. But the media also no a product of the environment we are in.
Plus our politicians.
Absolutely. We are in a media business. And business person biano, you should have a market orientation. Your man for no epe and our day oye at the amount. Because ura office bia or multimedia ha your friend is saying is it a plaque? And as a BB about office, be a show.
Your mission, your vision.
And one that stands out, the economics of what we do is not in how much we produce, but how much of what we produce is consumed. That's the economics of what we do here. And at the end of the day, the amount for a pen and away, amount for an attention span, very, very, because you see a BBI fast. And now then go for TikTok, short videos, no movie on another video.
TikTok, it overtaking
very popular. In the short videos, no move to the next short videos. In the attention span, here short. In the one TSS.
Now what you saw by no.
Now a man for no variety and something new every day. Now what's nice, and that's why hosting a show, putting content together for a show like Ekosiisen, 4 hours 30 minutes, it's a difficult job. To be able to get the attention and every day, it's not easy. It is not easy. It is not easy. And then so now, that's for nothing. Say they've kept fidelity to the show.
They continue to stay glued to Ekosiisen, the multimedia brand.
In some news, we more than near the Nina Abramo. First on our list. Now, what the energy sector, your friend is saying, levies amendment bill. No, what
no,
the story is that the Minister of Finance, Dr. K.C. Latofosen, has presented the energy sector levy amendment bill to Parliament, seeking an increase in the current rate. According to the minister, the bill has since been passed by way a home como. According to the minister, the bill aims to address financial challenges in the energy sector, particularly to raise funds to cover energy sector indebtedness, in the energy sector, number one. Number two, including payment shortfalls and reducing the debt associated with the energy sector recovery levy. Addressing Parliament on Tuesday, June 3rd, the minister underscored that the recent appreciation of the cedi would absorb the impact of this increase, with no significant net effect expected on consumers. Okay, that's an interesting one. In response, the minority leader of Parliament, Alexander Kwame Afenyo-Markin, accused the government of deceiving Ghanaians by pretending to remove taxes while introducing more taxes. Quote, "You claimed you have cancelled the e-levy, but you eventually want to reintroduce the e-levy," unquote. In response, the majority leader of Parliament, Mahama Yarega, argued that the new levy expected to be pegged at 1 Ghana cedi is okay, I don't know if those were his exact words, but say The new levy expected to be pegged at 1 Ghana cedi is insignificant in the face of the need to support the energy sector and deal with the persistent issue of erratic power supply, also known as DUMSO. Quote, what is before us is not the e-levy. What is before us is the energy sector levy amendment bill. It is saying that Ghanaians should give just 1 Ghana cedi each when they buy a liter of fuel so that we can end DUMSO, unquote. Are they sure these are the exact words of Honorable Mahama Yarega? But that would be shocking. The second Deputy Speaker, Bernard Ahiafo, who was presiding, referred the bill to the Finance Committee for further action. The Energy Sector Recovery Levy, established under the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015 and amended in 2021, currently imposes a 20 pesos per litre charge on petrol and diesel and 18 pesos per kilogram on LPG to address the sector's $1.2 billion debt and fund fuel for thermal power plants. That's really the background. But Finance Committee kwaye hu adwuma wie no, almost signed your report by, and then Parliament passed. The report on that is that the Energy Sector Fee Amendment Bill 2025, which imposes a 1 Ghana cedi fee on petroleum product, has been approved by Parliament. The contentious bill was approved late today, that was ENRA, with the goal of generating more money to pay off the country's chronic energy sector debt and guarantee a steady supply of electricity. The overall debt of the energy sector as at March 2025 is $3.1 billion, according to Finance Minister Dr. Kesel Atoforsen, who laid the measure under a certificate of urgency. He added that in order to pay off this debt in full, at least $3.7 billion will be needed, and an extra $1.2 billion will be needed to buy the fuel that thermal power plants need to run throughout 2025. Customers will not immediately see a price increase, as the minister promised Parliament that the effect of the new charge on ex-pump prices would be, quote, absorbed by the gains made from the strong performance of the Ghana cedi. The minority caucus, on the other hand, strongly opposed the law, calling it an unwarranted burden on Ghanaians. They contended that the majority side lacked the necessary numbers to make a legally binding judgment on the measure, and their resistance resulted in a walkout during the approval process. Before the vote, Majority Leader Mahama Yarega had fervently argued for the levy, arguing that it was an essential communal sacrifice to put an end to the ongoing DUMSO power crisis. He made a conscious effort to differentiate the new charge from the government's recently scrapped and highly unpopular e-levy. And that's really the story surrounding this. And Mijiri said, Monya, the global picture on what this whole thing is about. And as we go on, no, some of the info I and Sabekan, about one thing struck me. I hono akwesi me feel say was nya further explanation ewo ho. As Ghana Web report no almost say the Minister of Finance Eka said the effect of the new charge no, I will say customers will not immediately see a price increase. You understand it? Even after say Parliament a passing mrawe, you know. Ghana Web story we can say minister ne can say customers here immediately who price increases at the pump. Or say promise Parliament that the effect of the new charge on ex-pump prices would be absorbed
by the
gains made from the strong performance of the Ghana. I don't know what this means. Say, is it say and ya pass him rawe you know? Say me kwana me kwa kuto fuel CCR. Sa 1 Ghana cedi no will not be on a liter of fuel. And now say the all can say time and cedi no cedi to dollar near 16 cedis no. Maybe I talk a liter of fuel for 15 cedis.
Yeah.
Example, I mean, maybe I turn it for 15 cedis. CC a liter about 12 cedis. in the save 3. So 3 cities name 1 city na buying edge. And we will not feel the impact. And answer then opportunity. We need explanation on that bit. No,
I want to believe say the latter part now can. I want to believe say the gains na ya making no. Ebi or the year she baby or befa a free and baby or the above bedroom. So if you say
but how then do you say we will not feel the effect?
So or catch or come what say beer over far I don't know at 15 Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Now you are buying at 12 Ghana cedis. Even if I'm adding 1 Ghana cedi, yes, you don't go back to the 15 Ghana cedis.
Yeah, but that communication, that communication for me, respectfully, is problematic. This impression say, a buying a yard the NSC na who de pija.
Yeah,
you understand? Or or man for not doye. Until we have to pay back for a doya or buying the it doesn't make sense to me. I think a problematic communication.
So Obi,
bit
I think before say we come, I mean yema a T4 enya this picture. So now with the proposal of the minister, last year, that was 2024
FM,
fuel consumption was 5.3 billion liters for 2024.
Okay.
Now if you are to maintain same for the next years ahead, it means that 7 years in a bit Sakara minister can was or see here best $3.7 billion
to clear the legacy debt of 3.1 billion. And have enough to buy fuel for this year. You hear $1.2 billion to buy fuel.
It's you been here 7 years, 1 month to pay the $3.7 billion na minister Ekam wasem. Because said okay. Now, you been 5.3 billion Ghana cedis every year if you are to maintain our consumption as 2024.
And that's roughly
that will give you around best 519. That will give you about 519 or 520 million dollars.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So the oye temptation na 7 years here the betria. Obi me dey ekwe be fa so e betimi aye amna yi enina ye hwe. But niem to be a mama di yaw ne minister eka se eka e wo honom e betwia ma tete se adam penfo bi so keka en energy sector levy de kan na o ska na nya no se ka ban de twia ya enke ama medru ansa fa from it so abra na his excellency John Dramani Mahama any NDC for bontoa no na sa ansem we enyra ye ne wo ho
Asempa FM
abra honorable Kasia ato forcing eko parliament a vetting committee anim eko share bo say yen hia say the other taxes be ban say that me raise enough revenue no na sa challenge we no kan e ho no now if say eko betimi afa so de enya sika nyina eye say yen taxi amanfo dia then I will say Obi yen hia doctorate e no metika be manage Ghana because me tax na this come am de akoye kwan de say kenye den. But innovative ideas. Obi ena ye ka say
innovative ideas.
Beba for cheme.
Say nyesika.
Beba ena ye ka say. Obi ena ye ka say. ECG losses are around 32%.
Yes.
These losses say converting into power usage. E betumi ma Ghana for be say 1.4 million kania for afibako. The question is, say, what are some of the pragmatic measures to save some of these losses? If 32% of ECG loss bet me are provided Kenya the Ghana for about 1.4 million will be converted into monetary value. You be here 1 Ghana cedi and the other 2 fem was someone for emetria. Se debia ya dwume kwakwa ye se yen taxi ko for dia obi na meka nka memo ne nya den da memo ne nya ye se e kwa me betimi afa so menye sika dia ba omamu a men taxi amanfo ne bebre. Now the minister smoke and pa let's grant him some the latter part na work am e say ya be pegya e de 15 Ghana cedis e de about 12 Ghana cedis. It ma 1 Ghana cedis cross so at least appreciate here. One the catch say Ghana for person to fam go at 12 Ghana cedis. Say mo to fam go at single day get near chomo ana. One the catch say person $1 cedi no e 10.2 to $1. So be the city no want a dollar enyana.
Yes.
We want to see the mind work. Ya pesi won se sebi nimde na yenya de free school mu no ye de anwen yema no eye adwuma. So now be my question is ye koye ye sisi di make gains nyame mpangu nyame amfa fi na bi beto e kwantimfi na sidi ne gye no ma dollar no epagya ekosora ye be yisa eto ye firi ho ana na so hwe the energy build up e kana e level no wonum na this is the highest answer na way by 49 pesos.
And you are saying say energy your friend saying fuel price build up no? In the end of the bust margin, toll debt recovery levy, and all of those other levies. Now, what fuel Alberto Bia so no? Ebia pesos. We the abaye 1 cedi.
Bam. It to oti echira beka so 1 cedi, 1 cedi. Because fuel you don't tobacco confirm to kwan yo.
1 cedi a ye dey to an existing levy so
that is it.
In the existing levy no the maybe what's the name, let me get exact way because we are educating people no. The existing levy ye di way esan to so no the something recovery, the energy debt recovery levy, energy debt recovery levy ena omode 1 cedi no den assign at the account. So we share on petrol. Na currently no na 95 pesos. That levy no, 95 pesos. It means say when this tax is implemented on petrol about 1 cedi 95 pesos.
Almost 2 Ghana cedis.
Almost 2 cedis. Diesel na 93 pesos. In this year about 1 cedi 93 pesos. LPG 73 pesos. In this year no.
And you see 1 cedi 73.
No, but would it will not be on LPG. The 1 cedi no will not be on LPG.
LPG. Okay.
LPG. Sana me patch. In the LPG the about 73 pesos now. In the about petrol any diesel. But the question when they say now can 1 Ghana cedi at a go. That's a bit on the high. That's a bit on the high. But my main energy analyst Benjamin Insieni Komomra na yentina will be going to parliament. Yene members of the minority, members of the majority, EBD and Komo, if possible, will get to speak to either the energy minister or the finance minister on this particular issue. Now, if you have said the Nyoma EBC Ako, Aurora Benjamin Insia Akwa Ekosiisen Suni.
Yeah.
Na apomo ye de.
Right.
Okay. Untias ye efa this new amended levy who no den de ade porte.
I would ask me. Asana mesha ma akra. In buying.
Baby, I would not nye will line break.
Okay. In 2015.
Yeah.
Buying EPASI Energy Sector Levy Act. And as our act na 4 levies. Energy Debt Recovery Levy, Price Stabilization and Recovery Levy, Energy Fund Levy, and a Road Fund Levy for the petroleum sector, and our National Electrification Scheme Levy, and also Public Lighting Levy for the power sector. Now, build up now in 2015 899 na Energy Debt Recovery Levy 41 pesos per liter. Price Stabilization Recovery Levy 12 on petrol and then 10 on diesel. Energy Fund Levy 1 peso per liter, and a Road Fund Levy 40 pesos per liter. And 5% and also 5% for both national electrification and also public lighting levies in the power sector. Now the NTI these are torn by and say na sabreno yes a kabi abeda power sector. So in terms of mobilizing revenue to resolve that particular debt, we needed that particular levy. The honorable setup Odebrayan. Now Odebrayan, I think 2016 implementation start here. Yeah, DJ Kakra and I buy any free so and I buy for buy. The one for buy no the former ESLA PLC, which is the first amendment. The second amendment year 2019. The 2019 no I buy a becatre and say Sikana Yitiano and Timintia a cano power sector no until I was saying the 2019 I buy Airman Day Act no 899 no, and I think we got 935 or 965 or so, and also no you be 8 pesos at the back energy debt recovery levy no no e mane ko 49 pesos per liter, and yeah the 4 pesos e ka special no sorry yeah the 4 pesos ne ka price stabilization and recovery levy home, and maybe 16 on petrol and 14 on diesel. Energy fund levy yampashi yankawo ejina di ejina, and road fund levy yeah the 8 pesos ka ma yakonya 48 pesos per liter. Yewuma in 2021 and I buy some bad and say 8 pesos ne 4 pesos na yeah they directed towards the power sector and also petroleum legacy debt no. It's kind of still intimate ya kano. And this idea YNTS 899 yes I course you amended and to 1064 in 2021. The 2021 no yeah the energy sector recovery levy ebe count and the sanitation and pollution levy ebe count by no crano Sahara Bino engage a lot of CSOs. Me for example Minya Kwanya ne Honorable Matthew Poku Premfe Ekodi Hong Kong one office. Because that time na MP and so increasing some margins at or no almost almost level. Engagement Emma Minister no my TDNTia yeah this levies because of the power sector debt until we say free home. And Anra Menam Krum and I met say Asempa mam information say yes and the certificate of agency no your person amended 899 no at the 1135 and I say 1135 bar. Now amendment no me say now say the one city can energy debt recovery level amayanya 1 city 95 pesos per liter. I think that Basa Okanisana a very simplified. But what the government wants to do with what we call the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy no is that waka energy debt recovery levy no 49 pesos waka no and now this price stabilization recovery levy and now all the energy sector recovery levy and now the sanitation and pollution levy waka ni na boom until end amount 95 pesos per liter no. Oh, okay. And now all the 1 peso asan beka home. All the 1 CD asan beka. Sorry, me da say. All the 1 CD per liter asan beka home. Amayanya 1 CD 95 pesos per liter on each of these products. The entire memo of the history with respect to these amendments is a bribiano a buying peso discourse free fund go for the justification is a cow hole. Intia, I cannot esobeti. So it means that we are not actually, as a state and as a country, no, targeting the sources of debt. Ibabia kanono, yanshidan for your ninko name because we think petroleum, an inelastic product, and what the tax the TUSWA is one of the best ways to mobilize revenue because what the TUSWA, the tax component. Demand change in here very less compared to the tax component. You be an no because into infant wana Ghana for no entia. The other issues, critical issues, there was a na you solve the debt situation of the process and and that is why previous government have changed, amended these taxes. Yet the power sector debt, balloon. I've heard NDC blaming MPP. Sebia, Omachakato, same way that say NDC free so now MPP ba the noise will still continue that there are huge debt in the power sector because the core and critical issues they matter. I think as of my solve the problem.
Wow, that's an interesting history. And Odiamayan from 2015 and for Nipa Bebrina in Nimno. I loved the bit about Esla, no any component and the power and the energy, any be a tax handles. Now all of those taxes, no, Ninana a liter of fuel. So, and for now as we speak, no. Tax handles and as a levies bako saying ena ewo auto a liter of fuel. Levies saying it was this year.
Before the recent amendment, and then there were 6 levies. 6 levies. And also, yes, your energy debt recovery levy 1, price stabilization recovery levy 2, energy fund levy 3, energy sector recovery levy 4. And there was sanitation and pollution levy. I think that's about 6. And there was special petroleum tax and no and levies no.
Yes.
And also a different standalone. We build up no so there was 7 tax and levies. And there were these were different distribution margins. And also 4. The distribution margins, you know, there were UPPF Unified Petroleum Price Fund, which is gaining a lot of windfall now. Because it's a freight cost and the fuel price from a particular margin because MP is making huge monies out of that. Your primary distribution margin and also a freight margin, which is an interdepot margin, and also the windfall and these are areas government can even mobilize money from. But I don't know why government wants to impose another one. Your fuel market margin and also and the last one no. So we have UP and a boss margin, and boss is for infrastructure. Yes, or they are not even developing the infrastructure in the petroleum downstream. But Saska is going to Okani in Abuma before say once in never bano. Nanka Utia 3 Ghana cedis 27 pesos per liter on petrol. So
and no for levies, taxes and margins and
yes
3 Ghana cedis 27
pesos per liter. Petrol so 3 Ghana cedis 25 pesos per liter. Diesel so and 2 Ghana cedis 11 pesos per kilogram. LPG so products like premix and others no subsidies kakranti and no.
And meaning say for all the initially we kind of 7 taxes and levies.
Yes.
Now with the 4 different margins, no you are looking at 11 in terms of taxes, levies, and margins. Baku 11. Oka ni nyina bomu a 3 cedis 27 pesos
per liter.
Per liter
on petrol.
On petrol, good.
Yes.
And just 1 tax amendment penal at the 1 Ghana cedi baba beka.
Yes, and that is very surprising because the sequence and amendments of Energy Sector Levy Act are the highest because I make a say 2019 amended act the 8 pesos and a car energy debt recovery levy and 4 pesos a car price stabilization and recovery levy to Kabuma in fact say 12 and 8 pesos a car road fund home into Kabuma acquire 20 pesos. And in 2021 are buying and so they 30 pesos count, that is energy sector recovery levy and also sanitation and pollution levy 20 and 10 respectively. So in the 8 years of MPP, almost only 50 pesos and the car price build up on home. And just one day and 12 hours, NDCD 1 Ghana cedis.
1 Ghana cedis. But what makes the picture clearer when you compare the total build up 11 different handles ebi levies ebi baako tax and 4 margins okani nyina abomu 3 cedis 27 pesos on petrol and just 1 which is amending the energy debt recovery levy and on kwane the 1 Ghana cedi and ayebeka. I mean that's clearly too much. And
it is because what is happening now, I think that when there's a windfall on the part of government and also on the part of firms and households, I think so per se will take part of that particular windfall now. It should be very fair, very balanced, and deprive the households and firms of this particular benefit, because continuously, the petroleum user has paid for higher petroleum prices. Cost 17, we made a lot of noise in Ghana. Say we start buying extra price stabilization and recovery levy because it's a cushion, it's an insurance levy. Say na anka odi bibi na anka yeti bo no so aban anti aban ka che yen say no because we price stabilization and recovery levy subsidize the premix and 1 year free so, and the petroleum user paid the savings the expenditure on energy and utilities because of hikes in petroleum prices. This is the time anka petroleum user save kakra and or save what me I invest either at the household level na improving the welfare or at the family level a bit me amana expanding the operations I employ nipa bebre aka ho and also I invest in other activities the income every government in the end but say o sign agisa particular 1 Ghana cedis na free no hono say aban any ready say obema the end user no ho atono the end user being it the firm or the household because I think that
but the minister make the point Benjamin say we share on management of the cedi to dollar relationship no it is clear say cedi na appreciate hugely against the dollar and non kwana the savings of the 3 Ghana cedis abre consumer no and they say a normal 3 Ghana cedis in savings na say we 3 Ghana cedis ni mo 1 cedi e de abo aban am watua kai wo ho a that should not be too much to ask for. No?
I think that is not entirely true when we think that price reduction is mainly caused by appreciation of the cedi. I think that the basana biana winning the fuel price matrix here. And the fuel price kumhano yehe near even though margins and the supply premiums of the BDCs and marketers margin and so on, but mostly variable indicators
Benjamin Insia Ahomanatiko will work the lines and get back. Na ya share etumine no ewie ansana ya twa, so we'll do quite a number of interviews and just to but I think Benjamin Aboyen at least to the understanding of everybody now you can understand what's happening na etimi aboama history behind some of the levies near there what price build up in him. I think he's done quite a good job so ede amaya in this I mean we would add up to becoming say the 12 say 11 that are 11 different ways we be number 12 but he tells us making it number 12 no consolidate ibinum ekabomu no ma 95 pesos and we akwaka ho aye one cedi 95 pesos but still the real thing when I say all the levies near there and was so that the nyina no okabomu na my 3 cedis 27 pesos on petrol but we inquire the 1 Ghana cedi and Ebeka, which is really where the issue is. I've seen a man for air draw comparisons with e-levy. Say na do hono na e-levy utua say ya ti say we dey uto fuel liter say ya beti say and it's because they are not the same products, but of course because of the politics we do in this country easy for people to begin doing all of those comparisons, especially when e-levy and how it was demonized in the country. You don't want to blame an opposition party now, so they will run with it and all of that. But it behoves government to explain. My only worry, and I would have to state this, say I don't know what power does to politicians. Because if there is one lesson and there was anka NDC in government, it's a free MPP it was how they handled e-levy. They botched it from the beginning in terms of communicating it well, engaging stake in the other point. Omo pass him run you enough and was say omo call round. Any Ghana for stakeholder engagement any other. I thought the NDC had that as a lesson.
They also they have the numbers in parliament.
No, I don't think so.
I want to believe so. It's called Omunya.
Yes.
137, 138.
Yes.
Maybe they have drawn something from levy passage, because now baby on the parliamentary figures.
Yes.
Masa we have crabit in the now go through. It's your fee say baby or aquacuduno. But see, that is where I saw a member of parliament on a ticket of NDC. You need to take certain things into consideration. How will our man for be receiving such news? Yes. As a member of parliament, say I buy a make gains because media see a benchmark to abrabo papa and you be as a one called your koyechi. But more media queen not get benchmark here. So many media to be so be the quarter to say near to 15 Ghana cities, it's in about 12 Ghana cities. Me say a bit more on a single digit in other countries with the same leaders. So many a pen for years at Oxford, any other schools. It had it the intimate 20 single digit. Neither so a trade in double digit. That is where things will see a match at the echo. It will be catch him said no bit at 15 Ghana cities. It's in about 12 Ghana cities. It's your set Ghana for in Asempa. Yeah, one dear. There be any one dear. Because you to benchmark because they papa. I can't permanent no.
Yeah, but the other challenge, the other challenge with that then is so over country be so dear. I was say a show more price build up no. In our case no, you have 3 cities until way back no.
Yeah.
You had 3 cities 27 pesos of the price per liter taxes, levies and margins. Ebia other countries need BB sir.
One this build up we buy.
No, I agree. But the American say the devil is always in the detail. And you have to look at the breakdown. Now I share levies and tax, and then you say, so, okay, as a country, you free sell levy way, it's no longer useful. You're free. And then when you do that, and now and having known other countries no more single digit no so levies near there was then we can have that again every levy it was sent here it may not make sense but it was sent here
but the response and reception of a man for no and I better say better was
sure.
It in your risk or risk how they actually know. Because some so quite so by over Parmasum, who did buy Parmasum. But so as a better more Parmasum as the for. But near a month for the to say. A year 5 months, are we saying, say, a canna month for boy over the years, no? So yet me recupisa a camo. And until see a Saturday, you better carry free and Chayana. Se say dia hoto ebre manfo ya reseti ya se Ghana for boka because na dollar nam say na cedi nam say na inflation nam say sa kana Ghana for be say 8 years and as 4 years no ya timi 5 months e sa kana free 1 month na the obvious answer is no. It identity as omo ama me nyime ka no enfemfere ho no mu a kakra na ade ama me no opeso sabe every me say
me I think I find 2 problems with this na yenya Professor Godfred Bokpen ewa homans ne no edin komo. The problems I find, number 1 said me kan a proper stakeholder engagement, because for something of this magnitude you don't take it to parliament under certificate of urgency they now with the coin as a day na ya pass every it is not, it doesn't send the right signals. And I believe there was some picking lessons from the passage of e-levy. At least buy yourself some time. Bianca through engagement Ghana for okay reasons until they are there way but it makes sense. But if it's a 1 cedi in nation, you may be a 50 pesos and then we would pay. But say okay, you have numbers. In the end, cash in Chirobia, one day na that day na a finance committee or maybe I go through stages. I was say go through I'm about the Emra. It's a bit problematic. My many prof in Prof Bakwen Akwaba Ekosiisen Suni.
But good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Na ohoye there.
Yes, Adam. Pacho Monso.
I mean, because of what you do in the public space, and unya hint to be that say such a bill will be taken to Parliament under certificate of agency any ade unya hint biara
not from the budget that was presented.
Okay.
Yeah, it was difficult to deduce that from the budget, but I had estimated, sir, it will not be long. There has to be some painful decisions that have to be undertaken, given the way the budget was presented. The steep expenditure cuts, and then also giving government obligations and the pressure that was going to mount from our creditors, IPPs, and the rest of them. Certainly, there has to be some kind of adjustments in terms of low-hanging fruit before the year ends, or probably next year. Without doing that to shore up our revenue, then it means that any attempt by the government to meet those obligations, either procuring fuel or even meeting IPP payments, will compromise our fiscal journey, and especially in terms of also meeting the IMF supported programs and all of that. So I wasn't surprised, actually. I wasn't surprised.
And do you think say a quite more fast to present a budget, no? Emma way and one. Are you talking about taxes? I hold one buying cars a year free or no? Into now we expect to say there. I'm be the tax for phobia saying Abba. Sana Woka.
No, not that they will look for another ways of bringing other taxes.
Okay.
But certainly, given the expenditure-based fiscal consolidation they embarked upon, we anticipated that this was going to be very tough. Of course, we've seen how that has also helped with the strengthening of the local currency and the space, the advantage that has created, which I think government is trying to take advantage to meet its commitment halfway. That is how I see it. Because look at it this way. If you look at our total expenditure last year, even including arrears, we didn't pay for all of that. Where the arrears in terms of the deficit on commitment basis, we're looking at something in excess of 61 billion cedis. The government is always expanding. The economy is always expanding. You expect that your expenditure, you increase that to be able to keep up with pace. But what we saw in 2025 was actually a shrink in expenditure in nominal terms in excess of 10 billion. And then in terms of gross financing needs, we've reduced that from around 61.4 or so billion Ghana cedis to just around 44 billion. That is quite steep. Okay, so if you want to do that, and then you see the strengthening of the currency, there are advantages, there are disadvantages. Part of the disadvantages will hit your government revenue envelope and all of that. So if I look at all of this, and I look at the challenges in the energy sector, of course, you can talk about reforms, and I agree that reforms are critical. I agree that some of the procurement issues, the fraud and all of that have to be resolved. But as a low-hanging fruit, given what we are confronted with, I felt that I had a soft side towards the introduction of the levy. That yes, this should help us in the immediate to respond to these challenges, whilst the medium to the long-term measures are also rolled out. It is not to say it's the optimal thing to do. No, it is not the optimal thing to do. And again, in terms of stakeholder consultation and all of that. But again, if you look at critically the incidence of this levy, I am not expecting that in the immediate it will lead to increase in export price. No. If you use the baseline before the aggressive strengthening of the currency, where the fuel price was, and within the past four weeks or so, or 5 weeks, the reduction in export price across all the OMCs and the rest of them, I do not expect that there will be immediate increase in the export price. To that extent, yes, we can say that we can accommodate this once we make progress going forward. I think that is the perspective that I come from.
But sir, Sawuka say immediately, increase via Emma X pump price now. I am wondering how that is going to be. Is it the case because I need a ton of 15 cedis some few months back per liter and I be about 12 cedis. Into say 1 cedi we in ba beka ho na about 13 cedis enye bibi and that workers there will not be any immediate increase now.
Yeah, so if you are looking at it in terms of the baseline effect before the strengthening of the currency, okay, so the strengthening of the currency has created some savings for consumers because the price has come down from what it was.
Yes.
But the other bit also to look at is that, okay, so without steep expenditure-based fiscal consolidation, where would the exchange rate have been? Or if government decides that they have to borrow a bit more because they have to meet these obligations and the rest of them, what will be the net effect? Remember, if government decides to go to the market and go and borrow, ultimately it will again come back to the same taxpayer to pay now or in future or through a haircut and all of that. So it's always some kind of delicate balance that you want to look at. My considered view is that this is temporary. If the conditions change, we cannot continue to maintain that. Of course, we should also sound a caution that in our history, we've seen temporary tax measures that later became permanent, even including what we now call growth and sustainability levy that was introduced as a temporary tax handle called this fiscal stabilization and now has gone through different phases and we now call it growth and sustainability levy. Where we are, something has to give right now. And I think that from a more progressive point of view, and if we want to resolve the energy sector and preserve this stability, which is good for planning and going forward, then I think that something has to be done in the immediate. That is how I see it.
Yeah, the other thing in Sonny said, and I love the bit about, say we should insist we have a temporary measure. Because I know, say, when you take special petroleum tax, for example, it was a tax I buy with a sunset clause. You know, and then eventually it metamorphosed into something different. A part of the price build up at a point now zero rated, at a point ad valorem tax. There's a new bebre. I don't know if in this amendment bill now it was sunset clause, but if the sunset clause be anymore, don't you think then it creates a problem? Because then when is it going to end?
Yes, I agree with you. I understand from the minister's statement also that this is temporary. This has been introduced in a certain sense. You could call it a windfall tax or something. But if that windfall does not exist, then the tax must equally go. And I think that we have to monitor the space. And I think that government must equally demonstrate to us how they are leveraging on this to make sure that the necessary reforms begins to bite, and then there are demonstrable results, okay, so that Ghanaians can feel it. I am not in favor of numerous taxes, because if you look at the export price, the effect of tax alone in that area is huge. But I think where we are, and I've said this before, you remember last year, this is not politics. I think last year there was an attempt to introduce VAT on electricity consumption. Do you remember?
Yeah.
There was resistance
for household consumer, because
VAT for household consumers.
Yes, for household.
Yes, we resisted. We needed to demonstrate that by removing that, we will be able to close the gap in terms of the revenue gap without derailing the fiscal strategy. So those are the calibrations that we have to do. But this is where I stand right now. If you look at the 2025 budget and you look at the wasteful expenditure cut right from the seats of government, from the presidency, all the way to the office of the vice president, even the speaker of parliament, judiciary, the ministry of finance, if you look at the expenditure cut, there is some kind of leadership and sacrifice that government is putting on the table, that we needed to do this. I had also indicated that from 2026, we have to find a more careful way of navigating how we move from this expenditure freeze to progressive spending in order to stimulate inclusive growth. Those are things that we have to be able to look at. If you look at the indebtedness in the energy sector and the fact that, look, and all of this again comes back to bite us. It's also interesting that it's the same government that has to do this now. If you look at some of the agreements with the IPPs, take or pay arrangement and the rest of them, in addition to paying for the optimal power they give us, we have to go and procure fuel for them. And the fuel must come from the fiscal side, but we don't have the fiscal space. And I'm sure these are some of the reasons why government is looking at it, that given this favorable condition where we find ourselves, of course, there's a pass-through that if we're buying it at 15 and it's now 12, there is a savings because of the aggressive strengthening of the currency of, let's say, 3 cedis per letter or so that you buy. And we can introduce this levy temporarily, and that can give us $500 million or so in a year or so. That helps us to resolve part of our challenges. Bear in mind that some of the IPPs, our creditors, are also lobbying all over the world to put pressure on government. We also have to create the environment that makes the energy sector a bit more attractive to private sector participation, that we have repayment capacity and all of that. But as I've said before, this specific levy is not the solution to the challenges of the energy sector. There are serious reforms that have to be bundled together, from generation to transmission to distribution and collection and exchange rate management and all of that we have to look at. On the other hand, also, it's not just that. If you look at the price build-up and operations of ECG, the strengthening of the currency has also helped them now in terms of their FX management, because the depreciation confers losses. Appreciation should also help them make some gains now in terms of their servicing of their obligations denominated in dollars, because with fewer cedis now, you get more dollars. Okay, so we should be able to look at the entire value chain. And if government adopt that approach, I believe that all of that has also helped in saying that, okay, we can do this temporarily and see how that gives us the platform to navigate the necessary reforms. I think that is the point. But it will be strange, and of course, we will withdraw our support if we feel that the conditions are such that the levy is no longer relevant, and we should not make it permanent. I think we should be able to come together and say, look, you need to roll back this, because the conditions are no longer persistent. But I estimate.
You don't think, sir, that we should insist, sir, maybe there is a sunset clause in the law now. That is, if Ghanaians agree, this should pass. Shouldn't there be a sunset clause? Ebia implement way for 3 years. After 3 years, ye edi free ho. Ye njaima markets nankasa enche time we see ye free ho na.
I think you have a point. We do not know exactly how the exchange rate and the dynamics will look like.
Okay.
Maybe 2 years or so, and all of that. It's even possible that if we say in 3 years, before 3 years, the currency may reverse. We may see a sharp depreciation and all of that. But I think that I can foresee, given where our reserves are, and then also the measures that government is putting in place, probably we should be able to stabilize the currency maybe within the band of 10-12 in the next 1.5 years to 2 years or so. Of course, it will also depend on the exit strategies that government will put in place after the current program ends in first quarter of 2026. Remember that we have leveraged serious reforms on the back of the current IMF supported program. In fact, if you look at the domestic debt exchange, which came as a result of the IMF supported program, the fiscal space created there is around 61 billion Ghana cedis. if you look at the external debt restructuring, the fiscal space created there is more than $10 billion. That is huge. That has given us the platform and all of that. But the program will end practically December this year, with the reporting and the review, all of that probably ending first quarter of 2026. The question is, how is Ghana going to manage without a fund-supported program? I have heard the president saying that they would rather go for policy support instrument. But I think we need more than that. We need a homegrown program as a successor to the IMF program that has the buy-in of stakeholders with clear critical success factors, key performance indicators, and monitoring arrangements that allows us to know where the direction government is going, so we all can monitor. So that is where I stand right now, given the fact that this is a windfall kind of a tax that we have to accommodate more temporarily and all of that. But I think it's also worth having that conversation.
Yeah. Prof, the other thing would be, sir, and because you're a finance person, no, anytime there seem to be a challenge, you know, in the energy sector relative to a Kebiabe, we say Yetia, any adeno, government after government adopted the lazy man's approach. Yen tax our way out of inefficiencies, no, rather than looking at a then a dear caneba. What are the losses in the sector? How do we plug them? Because when we go back in history, from toll debt recovery levy, energy debt recovery levy, all those levies are.
Yeah.
The object of the levies, no, we are still here talking about debt. Why would anybody think, say, when we are faced with a similar problem, introducing another levy, and this time even bigger than what we've seen before? And this solution, Beba, why would anybody think that way?
Look, given the past and our records, we have very little basis to disagree with you. We can only give government the benefit of the doubt at this material moment and say that perhaps there is a regime change. From a certain point of view, I want to say that since 1992, if we are talking about fiscal consolidation, this is the first time we are seeing such a huge expenditure-based fiscal consolidation. This is the first time we are seeing such a huge expenditure cut. This is the first time. So, in a certain sense, there is leadership on the table as an incentive. Otherwise, we will not get along. And we are saying that under the current circumstance, we need to give the country a chance, an opportunity, and then let's see how leadership builds on this going forward. Yes, we all can hold back and say that no way and all of that, but I'm sure it's not. We are talking about 8 to 10 hour economy, and we are struggling to get power for that. We are talking about 24-hour economy and all of that.
Asempa FM.
At some point, difficult decisions have to be taken, to the extent that we do not see excessiveness on the part of government. We see sacrifice, we see leadership. I am tempted to go along that we can accommodate this as a temporary levy. Let's create the space. Let's see how we are able to procure the fuel. Let's see how we meet our obligations whilst reforms are ongoing and all of that. And then let's see. Let's give Ghana a chance. From that perspective, that is where I come from. Because we can decide that instead of doing this, let's go and borrow. The implications for exchange interest rate and the rest of them are quite obvious for everybody to see. So given the circumstance and all of that, it's quite a difficult decision. I remember in 2001, during President Kufuor's time, okay, with the goodwill and the rest of them, and the adjustment they made to fuel, and the toll debt, and the rest of them, we all felt that there was leadership. We had a leader who wanted to do something drastic and fundamental about the economy. That created some space for government to build on. and all of that. That is the point that I'm coming from. I'm not saying that this is the optimal thing to do and all of that. No. And I've also indicated when the 2025 budget was presented that there are difficult times ahead, difficult decisions that we have to take. And if we are not careful, the gains we have seen with the CD could easily be reversed when government starts spending progressively from 2026, especially from 2027 ahead of the 2028 election. It's quite obvious if the strengthening of your currency is not as a result of structural economic transformation, from the perspective of structural transformation and productivity transformation, then you should be very mindful how you want to celebrate those gains. The other thing to also bear in mind is that it is never sustainable to say that the gold board is bringing in so much dollars from gold exports when we have not been able to ensure that the gold we are buying is from responsible mining firms. Gold board should tell us the list of companies that we've been buying the gold from, where their concessions are located, the environmental impact analysis that is accompanying it. Bank of Ghana should tell us the gold for reserves, the firms, the mining companies they've been buying the gold from, are they doing responsible mining, where their concessions are located, who is monitoring the environmental impact assessment and all of that. If we cannot satisfy ourselves that all these things have been met, we cannot celebrate this. We cannot destroy the future of generations just to maintain a stable currency today. That is not management. That is not prudence. There's no sustainability in that. In fact, we should be looking at moving away from this environmentally destructive growth model to a more sustainable growth model. That is the kind of leadership I'm expecting from the president.
Very well. I think on that bit, we need a bit more time to deal with it. But I want us to finish on on this new, tax on fuel. Yeah. So we share price build up now, Prof. Of all the levies, taxes, and the margins are our price build up. So up until now, and then now come down to about 3 cities, 27 pesos on petrol. That's 3 cities, 27 pesos on petrol. But with just this, it is adding 1 Ghana cedi in terms of the amount involved, and like one sweep, 1 Ghana cedis. That is huge if you compare to the total price build up.
I agree with you. I'm also just thinking that in the short term, and given our obligations, I could get along with the 1 cedi. That is not to discount the position that you are giving. If you look at the challenges in the energy sector, the indebtedness and all of that, yes. So I'm looking at what we need to do in the immediate to resolve that. I agree that reforms dealing with fraud and all of that, yes, we can have that conversation.
Okay. My final question, Prof, would be, I remember, the last government, or more, I think, or more last budget or the last but one budget, they announced some sweeping expenditure cuts. Even at the Office of Government Machinery, or more fuel allocations, and I remember at the time, through the cuts, cut close to 30 billion or so. 52 million, yes, 52 million Ghana cedis from Qatar or more a year. And then somewhere along the line, they had to introduce e-levy with virtually the same reasons. I was saying, boy economy, a cow or so, multimedia etria into almost the e-levy was introduced as part of revenue mobilization efforts, and a whole lot of reasons are omomaye. The commentary around e-levy was negative. In fact, you're on record to have said, you don't want to call it evil, but it was backward. E-levy was backward because you did not want to even call it evil. What is different from e-levy as against this new way? Abai Mepacho.
Okay, thank you very much. Materially, there's a huge difference. I had contended, sir, if you look at government's own strategy to develop the digital economy, and if you look at the fact that the digital economy was and would grow faster than the traditional economy, and that the future is increasingly digital, and we needed to create the enablement for the digital economy to grow, our considered view was that e-levy was a misplaced handle along that path, and that hasn't changed. And I'm not situating the e-levy argument and the reasons side by side with this one. They are completely different.
Yeah, but the e-levy was also to come and solve a specific problem in the economy, as this one is coming to solve.
In fact, the head and the impact of introducing the e-levy and the future of the digital economy, we will end up being hurt much more than compared to this levy.
Even though this one seems to be bigger than the e-levy, because the e-levy was 1% and way 1 Ghana cedi. I mean, that's way more than the e-levy, and the incident on the taxpayer, and this one looks more. No.
So you are looking at the value chain effect with this one. When we say e-levy wasn't the way to go, our understanding is not because this specific levy is an optimal intervention. We are not justifying them on those equal lengths. I have said that this is not the optimal thing to do, but based on the circumstances and also given the conferred advantage that the strengthening of the currency has given us, one could make a case for this as a temporary intervention. For e-levy, I still stand by my comment that it was not the way to go. And if you follow the discussion very well, that it was either e-levy or IMF and all of that, we had indicated that we didn't have to situate e-levy side by side going for IMF supported program. We said that what we needed at that time was more fiscal discipline, was more some kind of external policy credibility that we needed, and we needed to act very fast. And I still stand by that. And I'm happy that e-levy was abolished. We needed to allow the digital economy to grow. The multiplier effect is much more, because that is where the world is heading towards. The future of currency is increasingly digital. The future of money is increasingly digital. In fact, the future of business is increasingly digital. So that's the percent. So if you look at it from a growth modeling point of view, there is no way you'll be able to justify the introduction of e-levy. And I still stand by that. Yeah.
But fuel has an almost inelastic demand. I mean, you cannot say you will not buy. Some have argued would say e-levy crowd was optional. Fuel is almost inelastic. I mean, how do you defend your position against this reality?
So yes, I agree with you. I agree with you that the introduction of the levy is an issue. It's not an optimal intervention to go. But again, if you look at the challenges in the energy sector and the effect of that on the broader economy, you want to look at it totally along the entire value chain, and you can make a case that yes, it's very difficult, but of course we've seen certain interventions that has brought some relief in terms of reduction in energy price, export price, and therefore we can make a case for this. That is where I come from. That is not to negate our position that e-levy wasn't the way to go. I still stand by that. And I am sure the argument we made against the introduction of e-levy necessarily does not change. with the introduction of this levy.
Very well.
I still stand by that.
Very well. Prof, I mean, Nasi Bibiania, you're best about being Pomobio. Why? So Professor Buckman, or Professor of Economics and of Finance. Ghana's only university, the University of Ghana, and Motene in Kano. Professor Buckman, Godfred Alufa Buckman, Wabi Seja. We're running story.
Prof can back we don't see a tempera.
Or say or more wish and assurance from the minister to me be tempera.
How can this be tempera? Tempera they see that be.
Should we insist say sunset clause clause in some of these bills I time as how
like timelines. But you see the calculation
yes,
it's taking us to about 7 years. If says can say $3.7 billion now, then it's taking us 7 years. So me say temprano dabe. Because the face value of the calculation no extra say 8 million 4 months, 8 million 1 year, 8 million 2 years. Because a kind of one my see no eso. Etema make say near ye hu ne no, it's not as if say na empenfo ene anya akonya edi adim no no munnim asa na oba power, especially the Minister of Energy. Na wonnim we nyina say ampa sa akake say eda honom. That was why no say we need to help and find a way.
Prof say
and prof it's a Minister of Energy so. So as we can say, we need to help reduce some of the losses of ECG. ECG losses is giving it's raking about say $3.2 billion. And you saw 3.2 minister and say the calculation in insist you the egu akwam say no betimi save dia more mine. Then we can all come to conclusion say ampa one Ghana cedi no there's no way say betimi atwe won free ho. He should let us know. Say the 3.2 billion Ghana cedis na they be that enyunugu. Oh, you see, Janu Motu say a technical say a commercial no. It must send ye save dia more mine. And you bet me a save $1 billion, $1 billion. You bet me a save $2 billion. You bet me a save $3 billion. Say you bet me a save. Now if you make catch us and yet you are saving you, then you catch and Ghana for your end day. But all time we pam now the cemetery so. When you say and Ghana for here, train Mukra say, Sabra Kanema bo ever form no, a be affect electricity. Because you better can you bomb your dear back up period say catch say $1 to CD.
Yeah, $1
to CD. And then you could pound them. CD no enya holding. It's a Ghana for crash share any more say. A can bo the next a pricing a window no a bit nyaba form. But Nima baby a kaka say and ya bit nyaba form. And they are my it's one need to be benefited. Say ye should say I check for better to a center dear eboso, a get for better to an ema eboso, a bank cania any so dia, and ya bit my benefits, sir. By virtue of say ye see no enya hoarding. And Sabio say ye nya and for so and 5 near Quemua or say Saboka.
No, nothing now. The fact say, and I may refer to what Prof. Bokwen said. Say, we've seen some positives in the economy. And in no case or no can accommodate this increase. Say, or go by assurance as a minister number. Say, 1, a temporal. 2, they would make sure some better the kids can air to the exact purpose for which they are collecting the money. And again, because of seed now they are apejano, there are some savings in individual pocket. And they say, we should support it. I mean, on the argument really, and no, I don't totally agree with everything he said. But I think you cannot also rubbish in your manner. You cannot. But me, if there is any suggestion I would make, I think so. 1, lessons from e-levy should be applied. More consultation should be done. I don't believe this should have been rushed through under certificate of agency because the consequence on the ordinary Ghanaian is huge, bigger than e-levy, and we all have seen the figures.
Yeah,
way bigger. Ewasanke go through proper consultation, at least Yemanin go through the normal parliamentary processes, no, and one day a day, and let's engage and through because I remember say e-levy but say 1.5.
Yeah.
Eba na fe say about
1%.
Maybe I say 50 pesos.
Yeah.
You know, and I say is it 50 pesos? No, maybe because emra 0.5%.
0.5%
rather than 1%.
Yeah.
In the way maybe through engagement and kebi are buying do reasons the tomb 1 cedi the eson because indeed 1 cedi eson if indeed say in 8 years how much was added to the price build up
50 pesos.
50 pesos.
Yeah.
Then
in 5 months,
in
1
cedi,
and that also there.
Then you cannot have an argument say this is too.
It's name the say okofa tall debt a buy.
Yes.
And now him say the new management they are now telling us that tall debt na yetwa ho levy no. Yes, that's so they can $520 million.
Yeah. Until it comes back to when we say something to get sikana, do we use it for that thing?
And make it say omana mamra ma ho kwan say obi amfa sika de see entwia fa nkochia we kan entwia na e show hon dia ene fa sa nhye ne adwuma ba rather bibie mu ye de kakra bia ne asum abegu Ghana 40 so e kide kabra ne asum abegu Ghana 40 so
that be where Ghana for ma benefit from fuel bo aba from
obi
ade
me say amamuo no yente island so se bi yente fem to ade ane yempe ho se Ghana for ne pe fuel price at 15 Ghana cedis mean say ke to abade TMPP
yes ena mompe no moto aba ma ban wo the fuel na be 12 cedis per liter eno say about 12 cedis e ka wo mo amena mintua mo
miss aban ne ba no no nim se ka no wo ho ejani tina ba na kan kire se me be e ka sei e wo ho e ko betimi afa so betimi atwia eye se me de 1 Ghana cedi e beto fam a ye to so se na be ya ye betimi agina me be medi no kore de amamo e se sa eto na me de eban ye de betwia sa aka na ho nom e na aban na ka sa na afa nkire ye
okay
na mo aban me ye ti ase se the inefficiencies of ECG cannot be passed on
to the consumer.
Ama Ghana for just had the way nyina adi na mo abani ba ya ade no kasa di tie no was repeat the same thing etini be na ya say Ghana ni benya gidie say ye gi ampampa se de kwakotwia e ka na say da wono because ne o ka kire me no wa anye die na che say ne o ka ne nei obeye
Prof Bokpen say let's give government the benefit of the doubt
there be a make say penny say asem a eni adanse enu abi ne atwa e de adanse fortunately for us when penfre can sansma kese we nyina na nyame yare say to me die no ashomunsa
very well
that's what we expect to make us a message the Minister of Energy my Ghana for hunu that 32% ECG losses no emu se no man betimi save
okay
if you can see save be ka ho a say na mbisa say eti atwia akwa da ban
okay Mate.
I mean, can Obi.
Akwesinsia and the attending camo, you know, in his element. Akwesinsia, you brutal. Now, sir, me charge an own farm for you. Ekosiisen the high Asempa 94.7 FM. Enti, aha, tina hamame. Na, ye microphone ni. In the yedi fuel bo hun komo yi. Ma me mamu assassin talk because Charlie one start am plan it na one pesi kakakra anto ho amfa anya nneoma yi hia anhwa na waso ayehye papa inti pass aseto a very very good investment inti wunya bia ebeboa omo nso a de bi omo ba omo ma metiefu ani je because omo nsa asebo ne wo fom eda baby a rise up real estate marketing manager ewa ha and
administration manager
admin yes yeah. Admin manager so marketing manager te saying
bacho nyame adome ho ye pa
rise up real estate moye den
okay me bacho ewen so yesan so da wasibium said ne na rise up real estate enam ye dwuma pa a ye bo ene emwa ye bo Ghana fonti no de bia no moma ya kwanya se yemra na ye mebo ye dwuma no ho de bo e wo kasafidie so na rise up real estate ye dwumaku a ye din sase ho dwa ye ton sase papa ne boda form na efo ya mansotwi bia eni ho rise up real estate ye wasase wo Shy Hills ya eno wotema Akosomo road ne so just 2 minutes drive from main roadside. Now what do you insight so? Now price of the plot no you were 25,000 Ghana cedis and you were 30,000 Ghana cedis. Now yempeni for say omunim say nsuo to nanso from wedding enu ntine say woto asase no na say unya 25 and 30 ni na entua omusi ye initial deposit of 5,000 Ghana cedis ni entwa asase na fama wo ahoden a na wa hye wadwuma ase na fe yama obosome no mako enwotwe 8 months now the tuya the akano enkakra enu nti rise up real estate ya asase a eno ewo Shy Hills ya ewo Tema Akosumo road ne so no eno ana yeguso a yebo ho da ro e de achetie for say asase ne bi guso ho eno nti momra eye 25,000 Ghana cedis ana 35,000 Ghana cedis. Size of the plot no eye 70 by 100 oba asase ne so a government Ghana Water Company alle pipes ni na kama afenso no electricity available kwan so no very accessible pa enu nti no ba rise up real estate na beto asase a unu ho aya na dani na etiefo no ebi mu frame a omusio ye kwato asase wo baabi omusi yentua digin fee 5,000 yentua digin fee say me pa cho oba rise up real estate a ye hope ana auto asase na wusidan a obi embeje 10 pesos ana say 1 cedi enu ntini so ope baabi a obeto asase na wanya sumdwe ya obi ametete obi amefa nko court enkose usika e court a ene na twetwemika bra rise up real estate ya asase no ewo Shy Hills ewo Tema Akosumo road ne so eye 25,000 and afi 30,000 Ghana cedis omo abroche ni na tobi enu to Ghana hanom so a na wama ho aye ha
Asempa
na your office location ewo Ashaman roundabout ye ni timber market ana edi animuhwe enu ntino bia na pese only rise up real estate mpeni folding komo a na wabo modern afre numbers a mede etu edwa no
answer na all the numbers na betu dwa no quick question into say monsa ase no 30,000
me ba trying
and na saying
25,000
ni nyina ye Shy Hills
me ba trying Shy Hills
ni nyina ye Shy Hills na difference between 30 and 25 ne ye den
me ba cho ebi ben kwan ho kakra na ebi nso
we che kakra ni nyina baby a Shy Hills baby monkeys ne wo no
me ba trying
asase ho na ye flat park
kama asase ne da so ana hu se ehon so nye waterlog intino se etiefo ahye ne so institutobre mu na ye taibo ya asase ne ho da ru ko so hwa ye kwa fiti afie nya ye ko ni na hu se nsu atopa na nsu bedru ye land ne so no eso eye rese nsu to a esa said the assassinate ntino engineer wo so na ahwe ntino eho ye kama pa
okay ena kania wo ho insuo bibia wo ho kama
insuo crampo de eye nika esan say pon to tema water supply no enam ye plot nanim say ya into pipes ne de je say unni hu yikura
okay that's nice and it say pass asase ato a mo amunim Shy Hills no Shy Hills ye wo call Akosombo kwan so right wo kwa Akosombo kwan so be dru baby wo say as a monkey sanctuary bi ho monkeys tete kwan ne ho wo ka dru ha no mu dwane kom ne ade it beautiful scenery say udru ho asase ne da form kama and then the ho nyina bi o abon kran mo awie enti so why you say Shy Hills ne wo akire baby a ewu krom kama pa abon kran mo awie anisa unya asase wo ho anyame adom ye friend say ekwan na ekoho ni nyina nso ma start ya omo eye be dem sisia ncha traffic bia enkonkoba ho ebie nti it is a place you and then no asase na 30,000 or any 25,000 Ghana cedis when ya asase ye wa awodea you know now I start here see wodan kama it is a obi pese okoho kokosha asase na admin manager mo wo mo a mo de boa ma manfo kokosha asase
me pacho ahenti na see every weekend be as Saturday anopa 7 a.m. ye the bus at home into what we could be and you just have to call us just to book say ba into we air free ye njiska bia anopa 7 ko akwacho bia
no we ni je ho a sana waka ho asem
me pacho
every Saturday
anopa bia
time
7 o'clock
7 a.m. na mo de amanfo
ko sharp
mo ko sha asase no
pacho na so person be in the weekdays wa just call the office then
you bet me arrange am
in wako akɔkyɛw na ayɛ fɛ paa
asase na ama ye layout ni bibia
every plot bia there's a road in between them shoot for bia road maintain fɛ paa sɛ obenyi apatwa
rise up real estate
yes
Charlie my ni nyina marketing manager fa wo se mo location mo ya Ashaiman hefa
e ba cho ye wo Ashaiman runabout ye ni timber market no ne di animhwe
ye be hu mo office no ho kakra rise up real estate wow fa mo numbers ni tudwe
okay me ba cho rise up real estate ye numbers no eye mienu de di kan no eye 0531 511 383 0531 511
FM
383 and afe 0556 853 850 0556 853 850 na on rise up real estate and sweat medicines also.
Oh, okay. And now will come with payment plan, no? And you also say obi pay bia obi down payment saying.
Me pacho upe bi na se untimi ntua sikani na emomo a. Me pacho be initial deposit of 5,000 Ghana cedis.
5,000.
Pacho na de eye ni je wo mu no so se unya tua 5,000 Ghana cedis na ye do ko surveyor do ko na surveyor kotwa o land de amount. E ji surveyor kotwa edema wa wo ahoden a utimi hia ase se wo yesu adwuma na fe wo di 8 months no so atua de aka no so nkakra.
Okay, that's really cool. That's really cool. Into 5,000 then you spread the account over 8 months.
Maybe trying.
Wow, that's nice. That's nice. The admin manager final message I would make here for me.
Okay, thank you so much. And I say so oba yes, I'm assassin so you were almost on be bow esu dayama.
I hope so much dynamo.
We have all the building materials around there.
Oh, okay.
And you say no. Everything just put on board for you. And then say we want to invite everybody that coming Saturday, whether you want to buy or not, you come over.
Brand
now we share. I say yes, indeed, this is the best land you want to buy. And to me, I mean, said one of the best investments said. You must secure a land, and that's the best for you. Let me mention our office line we have for you. Say if you want to book for the coming on the Saturday now, and there's 0531 511 383.
Okay.
Again, 0531 511 383, and now 0556 853 850. 0556 853 850. Rise up real estate.
Admin my memfa we in twem se mo amutie yen no oba Facebook YouTube your live stream obi hu asase no enti one was a marketing manager ne cast omu a pass asase bi ato ekọ asase ne so I mean I didn't think I knew it was a good land that baby come but I never knew say it is this beautiful. I mean over YouTuber over baby who say cause asase bi daso a we no enya fe na wo ko fele anwan wo baby a o ye twa wasase ma wa no wa start it to foundation daso come as a golf course very beautiful land in way a shy hills ho say in the hot in this cause shy hills ho e fa ye mfa ntuetue maso asase no edda so kama into oba YouTube live stream ne so a ubehu the marketing manager na ejira ho a the customers be akwa asase ne so a wo kira amanfo won sase na ye de wasase ma wa papers so ne ya de side plan ye de kire won
layout
ne
say de yesifa adi marketing
akwan ne bibia de demo no yes and or they check customers it is real. I mean enye agrobi na ye di oba ubehu asase no kama pa marketing manager final words ne fan common emre.
Okay enunti mepamcho ye de ano AC no na ye koso aka cho say rise up real estate ye gusu bo adwuma enunti no say pass asase ye amanso twinbia eni ho de a na wabomodin aba rise up estate na nyankopon ye adom a every Saturday bia no say de mebra ne kan no ye ko side visitation anopa 7:30 na kan at least 7 o'clock na wo ho ebia na nso wa ukra car ubetimi ene edinsa wo so na within the week no ebia yetimi ede wako nini na no ofre na oni edi nkomo a ye beboa e wo sa kwan ne so na yenuanom omo abroche na ye omo so omo frɛ no mepacho se wo abroche na se opasa se o rise up estate a mepacho de di kan bebo modern na wape obi na watimi ne akɔ site wakɔhwɛ asase no watwa videos ne ade e de akyerɛw se wani gye ho a obetimi ama nipa na to aso de afri ho no ama wana se oni yankasa ebedi inkita ho na yetimi aboa o ewa sa kwan ne so enu timpacho fa ye numbers yi na oni eni nkomo ye numbers no eye 0531 511 383 0531 511 383 and afa 0556 853 850 0556 853 850 na on a rise up real estate and so at me in our soul.
That's good. Mame na mo nso ase bibia ne e besan so di nkomo bio why na me nhramo Ekosiisen so ne high Asempa 94.7 FM unim say Joy News Impact Makers Awards no baso den and Joy News is proudly presenting to you the top 10 impact makers are extraordinary individuals transforming communities through education, health, girl-child empowerment and innovation, from after-school programs in Kiseman to mental health advocacy in the Ashanti region, through to solar in the Upper West region, clean water project, inclusive education, women's empowerment, and more. These are the true agents of change in marginalized communities across the country. Catch their inspiring stories on Joy News as we honor the selfless individuals reshaping lives one step at a time. And the Joy News Impact Makers Awards is brought to you by McDonald Foundation, Empowering Futures, Building Communities, Gold Key Properties, Transforming the Landscape, MNC Group Global, Totally Reliant, German Ozone Medical Center, Alternative Therapy, Dental, Wellness and Beauty. Latest Forum, your partner for life. Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people, making extraordinary impact. Inte ade o se wo hwe na ode wo ho ehim papa. Sound so na University of Gold Coast. Edi dwumede won waso bi eba. It's the next Great Leader Summit 2.0. Almost leadership is not about position, it is about wisdom at the helm. Ain't join two of Ghana's foremost thought leaders, Dr. Gideon Titiofe and Dr. Mensa Otabil, as they share insights to shape the next generation of transformational leaders. And they say, who say you're a leader, you have to be here. Theme in wisdom at the helm of affairs. Date no 21st June and 4th June. And some few more days to go. 21st June 2025, 9 a.m. near the Association. Venue no University of Gold Coast Hall, Accra Business School, and was Spintex Road. Open register call titiofei.com/event. titiofei.com/event. It's designed for in this summit we yashada business executives, visionaries, entrepreneurs, public servants, and all who aspire to lead with integrity and impact. Charlie, no, Dr. Titiofei, brutal. It were next Great Leader Summit 2.0. You need to be there. You need to be there. Syntax tank the one you so be there, but more than number one sa and can be insured the gum and to be who a man for dimes not tank is so office nesis so kama papa woman a syntax tank yanom diana abano be shemono emutum syntax tank the day inner white layer eba Ghana have first. In fact, and you almost say and fahoni inner layer or pe hope a double layer or a triple, even quadruple on be yet to your specification. Color ope say ope a tank a white on be the amount. Remember, no matter your water needs, Syntex has got you sorted. Omo 300 agents nationwide, the whole Ghana. In the Upebi, almost a member on Australia, Fre, Ombe Brewbi, Fre 0244 335 168 0244 335 168. Na person text tank, maybe person text tank, strong, tough. Moya juma. Ebi adwuma ne mu ahoɔden akɔfam kakra wopɛ sɛ wo hyɛ mu kena ana afei na wo ba bɛhyɛ wadwuma ase foforɔ kra uhia logistics part ne bia obehia logistics bi nneɔma bi a ɛwɔ sɛ wunya na wo de ahyɛ business ne obi wɔ hɔ a ne deɛ no nneɔma na ɔtɔn wɔ Ghana ha ba obi obɛboa no akɔfa nneɔma ne fra ma no ne ɛde abrɛ no MNC Logistics and Supply abadi amount ɔmo say they will supply all your procurement import and export needs. In fact, say a general goods, product, even equipment. Omo de ni nyina bebreo. Emfa ho ne be bia wo import udi free aba. Se wo pese omo onioma ne fa free Dubai de breo omo de bebreo. Turkey, China, Japan, USA, UK ni nyina ombe fa e de we entare e na pese omo to Zara, omo to River Island, omo beto ni nyina de abreo. Omo de beba no guaranteed timely delivery. Ena product de beba be kan site will be in optimal condition. Almost as opposite no ndi djuma frɛ 0302 551 918 na omomwa 0302 551 918 MNC Logistics guaranteed satisfaction. Mamema abijafo na akwa aba ne na ne homra ne emfa nkomo no enhye so onabo kwajedu asare atena se onabo akwa abetesen
Obi nyame adom me ho ye.
Your swag ne the another level.
Oh, so
hey, no one.
Una oka me dey me.
No, chana no. Way too much.
Una oka. So na to na whether na you and the papa jeans bi a share na e na.
No, but just stop
enye
o show Charlie man large way na on share ne ho on the screen. That was a swag na another level.
Oh, Jamiadum. Nichia honorable Kwesi Amwakwata.
Yeah, honorable Kwesi Ata, yes. Amwakwata. Is it confirmed, sir, or national chairman for MPP?
Right. Yeah. I think the party requires a certain level of maturity at that level. I think with his kind of experience, any resolute stature, he's an honest man.
Yeah.
I like his frankness and honesty. And just say, only why, and if he has, I don't know, maybe as I said, the tone or the better. And for me, I like that bit of him. People think, say, sometimes it's a bit, abrasive near the air, but you need that character at a certain point. Thankfully he's not abusive. But as a binum like that, and they add abuse to it. They don't care what language they throw out there and all of that. No, he doesn't do that. He tells it as it is. You understand? At this point in the party's struggles, I think they need somebody leader like of that caliber. Once he has, say okay, official there. I don't know.
At least I can confirm. Okay. Say maybe best later there. I don't know, but for now there.
Right. I mean, he's more like an uncle to me. Okay. You understand? I mean, tight, just like that. And there's so many ways he comes as a good man to me, so many different ways, and I have so much respect and honor, not just respect, honor. I mean, very decent person, religious. He believes in his Christian virtues and all of that. And for such a person, a lawyer. I mean, 3-4 time member of parliament. He's paid his dues on the political platform and across. I'm told, say, like if you are talking first 2-3 lawyers in the he's consulted for most of the big companies in the GTP, Mooney, you know. So just he's a very respected personality, and I mean I have a personal touch for him, you know. I didn't know what you just said. I was coming to say my own thing, and I didn't know other from. That's why I'm having me brave. But I think I wish him well.
Very well.
I wish him well. And Brian, and also Mehuni.
Brian Achampon.
Yeah.
The video na no kapage na.
Oh, I know, but I know now me responded to you know. Young people want to also step up for this, and I believe, among the lot, some person get something new there. I think he cuts in.
Okay.
Because someone can say. You know, the marketing bit, you know.
Oh, say
damage too much compared to O'Brien. No,
so far no. Nipan watch and I express it like a likely some by into Dr. Baumia, Kenne Japan, Brian Champon, Jogate, Kwabene Japan, Boatie Jako, Patrick Boama. Educhum, Osei ya Educhum.
Alright. And
good fellow. Good fellow on Kawabo.
Good fellow anyway.
Onka.
Oh, yeah, why on anyway?
Good fellow Day of Fair, one of the NPP youth.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know doing. Only me listen so. Let me put it that way.
Oma me the chance to make a selection out of this lot.
8 now, Mabobona.
Mefa 3.
3 now, Befa.
Yes.
Brian
Champon. Kwabene Japan,
yes.
And Educhum. Yeah.
Okay. 3 from the 8.
3 from the 8. I'm gonna hear the 3 are meeting me. I can say they will present
something new,
a certain face, a bit refreshing. All the others not yet. Say, dent. To market them will be a bit difficult. In my opinion, because who say opposition, and once they are coming back from opposition, there must be a certain new thing
about
them. A bit me are building the whole thing afresh. I mean, the old ones should just accept Charlie,
but the old ones can be rebranded.
You
like
see,
your party did for John Mahama.
You see, on the score of John Mahama, the friend is saying in some of Mukafano, they were not true.
But it was later now.
That's what I'm saying.
It turned out later.
Yes.
It for them, no, maybe later.
No, I'm telling you, and the facts are coming out. What him said, John Mahama, we all knew, sir, they were lies. You see, and they packaged the lies in such a way, sir. They spent money, good money. Media houses, media personnel were coached, and they conspired to cook these stories and presented them. And later on, you know, they came out to say all of these things. What am I saying? So far. Give me one lie we've told. Dr. Baumia, liar, you can, you know, Bibia, you can't, you bet me, I can, who are you about at all? Do you understand? We'll give you the stories behind them. So home.
Dennis Miracles Abuaje or Patriot 1. And you also buy the Patriot Dennis Miracles Abuaje or your aide to the former vice president. Miracles Akwaba.
senior brother ekasa me pese me kafe no ompewu
opesa wo bam
ese me be mo na ma asem no ka dey ai
no
o kana
na the party ni
okay jira no wa say me be mo me nya be bu peso na o tete me so o be pa me
pese me be mo
let's na me pese tem ya me ne ba it me a good boy me a good boy me pese me chete say ni me bio but still I know I don't just say you might have 2 minutes bia metum dia bem cause okay bibi na yen no kra member this is the last one okay but obi me negrity no kwa 10 minutes however my view is that say never Ghana ha and in particular and 5th June na
no
4th June 4th na say wo so ya no pay o ren ho ye na o eni gem dia there's a we in the city obi
MPP ni biara ho
MPP ni Ghana ni biara ho
Asempa
this a Ghana ni a oye NDC ni oye beneficiary of wickedness abayo no echechira to o man no so no this oye beneficiary obi in the past who do greet the car who do greet the car opekwa distraction
subject what table so there no
yeah subject na me tia
no that is
subject you go break ba na
me kan was me tia na me be tia no una be che me na me tia
ma me tia won tia
eti obi just a we NDC nians pa na enei weni ebeka se weni age because obi dia ya sorry ahimachi ya yehu ye no o man we hu bi in the last 20 years o say what da prekope anaju de sum we no so te wa abaina fesumase akodi sumase dwa ene ne yempisa kwhye de mu akyekyere eto botiri eto botiri abeto yeso me ra ho papa ra ho na adiem bia asemba kwa meka obi de bia mba meka me say let's give time some time and this for the omo ye no obi Ghana for nya botre ene ye ho ye in particular ye ho ye nti ye kokape na se mokra no ene no ma fa so omo de ase ya ton man na mom but the mechanics obi ye mambre emre da obi ye de bi ye be so no pa ba ko bi pe ne ya kasa de amuye nyina ye den esi ene eye sa da no ba ko obi o se me laptop na ba ene en semwa ewo mitrim no makome ma mpese me ka no so o ma me kwan anka o ha me mbasi dia bi
mema o kwan dodo
because o man ye chechiro man no say usia amambofo no so mo bo man na ade na o kasa 10 minutes that means me tia na me why you doing that
o do ni na be man okay
o so de be
me dem ta no nyina
me so mpa yamani so no meje ni nyina
me ba ye sha se di nkomo Ekosiisen so ni Patriot Dennis Miracles Aboaje and honorable Kojo Eduas nkomo in studio. After this short break we'll get into next matter. Stay with us.
Ecobank Mobile to make me say Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my ramen chain. In my ramen chain. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple. Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. King promise.
Hello kids! It's your chance to become the ultimate Big Chef Junior champion. If you're between the ages of 7 and 12, have the talent, creativity, and confidence to take on high-stakes cooking challenges, then send us a 2-minute video of yourself cooking your favorite meal and serve it while telling us about yourself. Then send it to our WhatsApp number 0551 575757. This is your chance to cook like a pro, impress the world, and battle it out for the Big Chef Junior title. Deadline for submission is April 5, 2025. Big Chef, good meals by kids.
Every mosquito started run away.
This advert is FDA approved.
Hello, Ghana for bills are canning hubiamo. Bills set 2025 year. And it does so homo bia what's walkwa. Only ejumaye. Ain't if I when it's bills. Na beji loan na ubeti media ya wow ejuma. Wey loan don't come me. Wun yashio. Nye wun hiane wu Ghana card. Ewa na wun saka usika. Na sa we obia we wow ejuma upese wutremu. Anasa we ejume niya. Uchi busumi ya ketria. And your bill se bray. Na beji lona. Wun fe BS yawa. Collateral. Anasa deposit. Wun hiemu bia. Ain't ya fee bill se si ubia wuni ejume bia ye. Ubetumi abeji loan don't come inubi. Na sa wut's nefie na wenye sika nubi dia. Eye wow. Ain't ifre bill se siya. Ewo 0596-920-833. Ana 0302-200-390. Na wetumi yawo bills. Nemo HSA kakrawo. Bank of Ghana and Sasha Bills Microcredit HSA. Bills, financing your needs.
Every dream starts with a prayer, and every prayer ends with a promise. Because of a small investment made years ago, a proud parent's dream of seeing their child graduate becomes a proud reality. Even in retirement, these investments continue to grow, creating the freedom to live and laugh well, and to support the next generation with exciting and inspiring new business ventures. At Blue Financial Services, we turn your smallest deposits into life-changing returns. From first steps to life's greatest milestones, Blue Financial Services is with you. Dream bigger, trust deeper. Visit Blue Financial Services today. Your future starts now.
Call us on 0303-968-196. WhatsApp us on 0501-609-958. Visit our website at www.bluefs.com.gh.
Frustrated with outdated banking experiences? You deserve an app that makes your life easier, not harder. Say hello to the CBG mobile app, your new cool way to handle everything banking. With biometric security, lightning fast mobile money access, and one-touch bill payments, banking has never been this smooth. Stop imagining when you can live a life where your entire banking world is in your pocket, ready whenever you need it. No stress, no fuss. Don't settle for less. Experience a more superior, convenient way of banking today with the CBG mobile app. Banking made cool, fast and secure. Welcome to the good life. CBG. We stand with
Ecobank Mobile, they make me say, oh yeah. Ecobank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my brain check. In my brain check.
can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tight with the apple. Ecobank Apple. Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. Kim promise.
Me kwami bampo penny market ya enye insupa na yesta ibisano antonso abobu esan se me bucket ye miensape me ni thank you emo dufo bia dunne wabombo se se me nkope tank nto na din tank na meta me high syntax tank din na echepa syntax tank benzo de kita warranty bebre syntax tank na fisu so uni my favorite color no tank ben de bit na yama me syntax tank obia se syntax tank case close Tribel tank shede atro eye SINTEX syntax tank na enye na bebie syntax tank eye strong eye tough
Ghana Fui Franco Esa the electrical appliances for washing machines, Asian women yopo, CCTV cameras, any dog clear. I be you know that. Saba mobile phones, this are iPhones, Infinix, Nokia, Samsung, any the account, anyone says na Franco. In our binya the papa, ne water foam say Tim Franco air conditioners, every 1.5, adequacy 2.5 horsepower, Samsung Franco TV, every 32, adequacy 85 inches. Franco, essential tabletop. Double decker, any chest freezers, and chain in a mahoden cry. Shesha Franco Kwabata be a benwo. Name of head office, a wada braka. One in Roxy Cinema Nedian Friend 0246 422 338 in a 055 5939 311. Franco Electrical Appliances Papa. If
Hello kids! It's your chance to become the ultimate Big Chef Junior champion. If you're between the ages of 7 and 12, have the talent, creativity, and confidence to take on high-stakes cooking challenges, then send us a 2-minute video of yourself cooking your favorite meal and serve it while telling us about yourself. Then send it to our WhatsApp number 0551 575757. This is your chance to cook like a pro, impress the world, and battle it out for the Big Chef Junior title. Deadline for submission is April 5, 2025. Big Chef, good meals by kids.
Malaria fever, typhoid fever, menstrual pain,
me sorry no pa. Kel Chaco toothpaste na me de twetwe me se. E ma me confidence. The money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me si fit go so na me sre a. Eya nwa me de Kel Chaco toothpaste ene twetwe me se. Oba de ni pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy se ho bai e free mowa e boy si mu to kro. E se ahye ene enumunka. Sure say amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so ni yeti center for.
Media magic Kel Chaco toothpaste atubu. Me use na no pa ya na dwa me koda no. E ma me si ye fita. Confidence level kwaso etibi na ma. Na me si 32 ni na guso.
Enkane no ani ama me num di bidie twetwe yense no. Asaya bebie mu. Bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no. MSC ye fita. E ma na hoden ne sayi nka bia. Wo wonum ye ram. Enunti mo amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Abama mo Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa yenchi.
Kel, happy smile. FDA aji ejodi nka to ya tumo.
The EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair 2025. Dream it. Own it. Live it. Coming soon.
Ecobank Mobile to make me say, oh yeah. Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it, then use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah. Download it, you gon' enjoy it. In my chain. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tight with the Apple. Ecobank Apple.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. Kim promise.
Deep purple. Not deep purple.
Africa
Hey, say dear, what's the African Queen mackerel yasi papa?
Now why non pay pa? You are what you eat oh. And this a wo to mackerel I would ania. Now what to papa no preko? Africa Queen mackerel. Now wait, show we no keke. No pankwa.
Mikuno say, oh sorry ape. Oh see fua, Mr. Honey. Oh say, that means so much say. Okay. Yes, Africa Queen mackerel dear. Number one necessary. Tomato sauce, papa so negufu. And this would be a diamond. And the diamond is the extra. Oh, top papa no preko. Africa Queen mackerel. Show we no keke. Now pankwa. Every year they didn't have to yato.
Tontonte yanum nsane afadwen na afadwen mpa say na nim say brebi beba ama tonti na 74 upa ye ne simple T74 abeye aduro tonti na 74 ana T74 asa twe yadwene asina nanom dodo so say de na dodo bua ma na nanom enyare basabasa no saa na tonti na 74 ana T74 ebu anipadua no ema immune support enti obi onum bie no abrebia ne ho denden tonti na 74 yinso yaye ne se nsuo krokro wa kama enti baby a wonam bia obetimi de wade akọ samene wa ankafi na ekroyi eda no nko na wiye wa bra mennom T74 samennom tonti na 74 menya hodi mennom ne dabia T74 yi eye hahama ene ye de aye na DHC ena aframa na ye kama saa no T74 ahoden ni apomuden kwa T74 yi enye ma oba wa fafuro ana obi a oma nufo ana se obi a onya mfie duye ni etufon frɛ 05016289931 and 0246073498 FDA agi adwadie nkratwe atom.
Do you own a land and want to build? Don't just build. Build a house for generations to admire. Get Builds Limited designs and build houses. At Kese Builds, we design luxury and contemporary houses, be it commercial or residential. My lovely people, did you know that where you live defines you? That's why when you want to build, think Kese Builds. We provide you with ultra-modern building designs and excellent construction works. Locate us at Plantville Building, Akoko Photo, Dansuman. Call 0543-297-333 or 0504-694969. Kese Builds. We design and build your dream house.
For bills are canning hubiamo. Bills set 2025 idea. And it does so homo bia what you walk only ejumaye. Ain't if I when it bills. Na beji loan na ubeti media ya wow ejuma. Way loan don't come me. Wun yashio. Nye wihiane wugana card. Ewa na wunsaka usika. Na sa we obia we ya wow ejuma upesa wutremu. Anasa we ejume niya. Uchi busumi ya ketria. And your bill set bray. Na beji loan na. Fabi BS Yawa collateral and NASA deposit. We hear mubia. Ain't ya fee bills a si will be a 1 year to maybe a ubetumi abeji loan don't come in ubi. Nasa what's nefi na when yes can ubi dia. Hey wow. Ain't it for bills a sia. It was 0596-920-833 and 0302-200-390. Now what's to me Yawo bills. Name HSA Kakrawo Bank of Ghana and Sasha Bills Microcredit HSA Bills financing your needs.
The EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair 2025. Dream it. Own it. Live it. Coming soon.
Asempa FM.
Arriba! Arriba! Ekosiisen! 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 Asempa FM! Ekosiisen! 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 Asempa FM. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, obiba, ode Asempa nabo. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, obi nebado, ode Asempa nabo. Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu a womene sempa de brane mamba obi som
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedie no asuguso a utie no ma yenam wasene ma munyina akwaba ensan famomra dwumedie su bi 12 minutes after 5 the honorable Kojwedu Asare e studio ha oye former MP Adentan constituency, former presidential staffer and former CEO of the Youth Enterprise Support wabe cancer e studio ha sanso and a patriot Dennis Miracles Abwaje oye former MCE ewo Ekuyapem North. Currently jobless.
Yes.
I think it's a fair point. It's a fair point. Currently jobless. Dennis Miracles Abwaje, former MCE, and they are so only aid to the former Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Your WhatsApp number is 0548-443-523 0548-443-523. We a birthday dedication to Mr. Daniel Nyame Mr. Daniel Nyame. This is from Faxman. Osei, happy birthday, boss. You lead with both brains and a kind heart. May your day be filled with the same warmth you bring to our team. Happy birthday, Mr. Daniel Nyame. And live to be 94.7 and beyond. Maminye, these few dedications na fe yemra ne yemfa nkomono emesheshe so. We say Obi, keep up the good work. I wish Honorable Alhaji C.D. Bello, Eastern Regional Elections Director of the NDC, a happy birthday. May the good Lord grant him abundant grace. Godfred Bonsu, or your NDC constituency chairman, Ewo Kade constituency, and Odiwe Enam. There is one here which says, happy birthday to the Countess of Tampuli household. The Countess of the Tampuli household. You are more than an anchor for the family. From me, Tia, Fadi, Wumpaga, and Hassan Jr., we love you. Inti minim se Honorable Hassan Tampuli di we aba de aba. We are from the Countess of the Tampuli household. Wow. Happy birthday to you. Ma
will be a countess.
Minimum. A royal family in the UK.
Title within the
royal family. Countess.
More countess.
But another me the way mu say one Haruna Ismail. So what sa picture na he's been declared a wanted person by the Ghana Police Service. Yeah, they beto in screen so mo share live with YouTube no na mwehu. Court ama warrant say yemfa nkope no emfa no emra. Inti warrant number na eda so ne sex or a male with 29 years. Complexion or a fair. Ghana Police Service extra 10,000 Ghana cedis inkane 100 million and the atu was a wa ubi huno no omori says kano ebemao. He graduated from WA UDS, that's University of Development Studies. Ewo WA ehono graduate here. Now he is wanted for defrauding by false pretenses, contrary to Section 131 of the Criminal Offences Act 1960, Act 29. It will defraud you be
fine man.
Oh Charlie, fine man in the suit, kama washeno a sea blue shirt and a tie pa. Last scene, the last time a police reached him, you no na oyarefa mamobi takrade abuabo. That's in Kumasi. November 2024 was the last time you no in any of these areas. Oyarefa mamobi takrade and abuabo Kumasi. He is currently believed to be hiding in somewhere around Oyarefa in the Greater Accra region. Police watch him a hono suspect say Osei into when it branches on a picture and that your YouTube live stream no eso very nice man. Anyone with information about the suspect and his whereabouts should kindly contact the Achimota police station and as the nearest police station and as a free police emergency number which is 191 and as a 18555 and so bit my frere 0592 740 406 0592 740 406 akwawe police which we bu obi afa so femfram ena say ayehwehwe na yenhu no Haruna Ismail Lidino
me who be achi
the Lidino
say wanted
say no
who be achi
yeah the do mo Facebook wall no and as some publish with newspapers mo
and so dem victim nankasa na all
we victim na
maybe I think so
Victor Nankasa no no so ye bi ka ho chale enye easy. And good evening to citizen Kwabna Binto aka Ben who is back home from the UK, Ivy Sly of London Transport ewa Camberwell and Isaac Asamwa or Elephant and Castle and also ewa London. Thank all of you for doing the listening. Good evening to you wherever you may be. Master P wa London and Odiwe Abrain. Let's come back and deal with the vexed matters on our table and Mamin Kaim was a discussion segment, no? Franco Trading Enterprise, Millennium Insurance, Tabia Herbal and a Felisco San Ghana Limited Neboyen ma yedini nyina abremo na enra me catch them say enne June 4th Franco Trading Air reduction sales ba mo ye no online nkwa 24 hours it make us say you call mo website nioma pese wo to nyina ya tetebo ne so o order will deliver it at your doorstep bibia wo bia de bebrel me pa chew. This is valid only on online purchases. It take advantage. 4th June, and they are making you go so den.
About 5 years now,
oh, they say it throughout the night, 24 hours. In the Anna June, say online. You can log once you have internet. No, ubetimi ako Nokia, Samsung, iPhone, smart TVs, air condition, chest freezers, washing machines, microwave, blender, generator, CCTV cameras. Ninyina ye tombi ya tetebo ne so kama e ko online francotrading.com ne kope bi eto ye wo app so Franco Trading app e wo Google Play Store obetimi akọ download it kama now they are order wo nioma untimi bia se afre 0246 422 338 and take advantage of this. Patriot Dennis ma mensha se emfree oho the big story and the amendment bill and the parliament aje atum and run a call before the house under a certificate of urgency. Speaker refer edema the committee responsible, which is the finance committee, omukobobo hu the report by parliament ajetuma pass MSC abeyemra. What do you think? Members of the minority stage walk out anyways.
Obi. Ya wo me ba Ghana ha as Ghanani. Memfie kakra menya wo Ghana ha. Meti make say anope one of the few days I'm sorry and I'm raho pa
Asempa FM
say ewiase mu ade bie di wiase a now there's no grievous sin that beats betrayal of trust. Say obi edene re nyina be hye wo mu na wafa ba every wasem o waka che ne mu na wama sani panensa esifem. Now we have on our hand a bunch of clueless, everlasting, incompetent bunch of arrogant braggarts who have scammed their way into power.
NDC4.
They are clueless, they are everlasting, incompetent, they are a bunch of arrogant braggarts. Kanse makese ade omayane se omude kasade anode adada Ghana fa beji to me eno omodane omachi akyeye ina de omoni eke nyina obi de omoni eke nyina omoye bi foforo and I am pained, I'm hurt. Eraho Anope because city because peace be PFP peace FM. I was sad. Me you sue vets car the analysis. Me peer both driver and young driver only to one package me. All any analysis at me. Obi, why? I think a dear boning kwan ye na omino ye tom my NDC for an asabani to mom. Say yada. Na anaju desumu mafa esumase obi adano mafa esumase na monne mo MPs nko akotena parliament ye MPs kakane wo ne kache mu say Ghana fo nyina da nti ebe ya montwen ade achi ane mbobom ne nka wasem kakra mo se da bi ade ne ye dia ba say eye agent nti mo meyen pass. This is the fastest lower tax ya pass e wo my we mu in recent memory na mon ko awu ye ka mo say shut up mon kama no ntum obi akoka mo say mu fi yo mon kama no ntum na de hye me kura say oka mo say o ya ma o man no my emre nti ye de we mama ye hwe majority leader honorable Ayariga bi na no say one CD per just one CD Obi aten boni penny aye se Ghana for abato omkoto no moto se niama ne ye yie o omanto se niama ne ye tra no munye ne se na musipe no se poly se we taxi driver ana we Uber boat yango driver obi auto gallon petrol gallon ba ku bia utua for cedi 50 pesos ma ban kwa aden we utu humpeni nsem da ben obi se auto gallon ba ku bia utua for cedi 50 pesos e ma ban kwa aba enti mo nya kwan foforo bia mfa so anso so de mo kasa mo beso so na mo nya bibi foforo bia nye aten menu mienu so nim so obi o ban we mu no ade ba ko impacted the lives of these people kase pa e fuel price unim sa obi ya to fuel price mo school fees kra honest so ya to fuel price mo eferu anom kra to mo fie dan kam otumi to fie dan kam ubisa na o se ne ase ya to petrol won tie as a petrol near this nine. We know so one of the biggest factor, one of the things that impact life in this country, fuel price. Nyamedom mobile mwana mose moye nieme binti dollar and what deny day aquafilm in a city sorry. And 3 days ago ye mote petrol so by 8% or so meboa. Now what petrol is 8%, adechi am once have to 8.5%. 3 days ago ya mote petrol is 8%. And that 8% the reason was because of the exchange rate, you know, near there. After 3 days later, once I ended 8% above 2 petrol. So, see, I buy. What comes you now was 17 cities, or 16 cities, or 15 cities, and I see about 12 cities in Tiffany's. Obi, you to be funny, some money and come by. Thank you to be funny, some money and come by. Chroma, Yenny Chroma Namo. Answer am befia bay mu no na nkofo tua school fees 3,000 4,000 cedis MPP bae ye tua sesken nyina mo ade ne yanka se ne e levy ni niam mo complain no yes your mom 3,000 cedis for free nto mo fan him highest level of disrespect for anybody in the NDC to say ya teso about 12 cedis until the one cedi kan wan ye hwe na binder na no check Ghana for 3,000 4,000 cedis say mamu tua school fees metua mamu no ade na sa buy no nso ntumi amfa tax 2,000. I said because your school fees 3,000 more. Now me the tax 1,500 back. I come here. Why? What kind of logic is that? I need to mutiti me koshe eri no bi. The me yakra ne say omutiti me koshe Ghana foni ye ka omo se mon kama ntum. Na che say ye kra we mpi kra de bobo omo fa ye kra. Ye le say bia no omo de pe hama kra de abo etrim. Ase ya to oman no amomo. E na ye de nyina ahye nkwaso mu ahye omase. Now they no so no respect or recourse to the people of this country. Because obi senka if the government of the day, this NDC government, will buobia magana for and come so na jo na mo pass such a very friend is a high impact tax. High impact, no consultations, no stakeholder engagement, nothing. Obi endo akokoda na unim say law bi wo parliament akoko pass e friend no one D levy.
Before see a be pon no yet.
No making now who him say Lord be Andra. Now him say Lord be parliament for the levy. Why? What happened to consultations? Were you not in this town when this same group of people in government catch and say 11 no yeah more consultations emenuti yeah regional tour marketplace engagement near there and my 11 no at some point no yet rate so. What kind of disrespect is that? Enti yesi ya to abama mu good wo enti no mo mia me na ekuyan obi you see se me fra by way scam a scam government na me fra by way settings and a packaging government ebi niye obi this government knew from day one say niama no mo kaka wo position e niama kese a e be dey so metu be sky den aye so mo decide say taxes no mo so mbo be yi no e be den. So they always knew they were going to bring this one city thing. Let me tell you, Ubekaya, somewhere February, and almost started so we can add 1 cedi on petroleum for immigration. We can add 1 cedi. I'm sure you heard it. We can add 1 cedi on petroleum to do this. Obia sector bia fees or problem or see for 1 cedi into 2 also. So they already planned it. You know, Matomo Buno executing and the NDC for your junior and say few days here, early days here, I say Ghana for MP for who go see you know. your friend will be good war now obo o my imagine say ayaka de bi on be within this period no be me catch now market anywhere 11 to 12 months from now and you be who messa and this year by a committee in their first 6 months the damage they have done to this country. Because right now, I'm committed damage in the crowd because people are quite angry and a bit pained about the previous government. Nobody is even talking about it. And that is why you can have an NDC person tell us, we're going to phone complaint. That is why. And you know, NDC to me, and I say, oh, we're going to phone complaint. Because they realize the people are still transiting. They are still going through that stage. Until you could a good word, until they pay me a bit with the but
social media or more appointees need be bring so pagana for I've read posts from Edujita Maklo, Shamima Muslim, our money now so more pagana for bear with them.
Nipa bako pe in our tro adia or pacho. That was Edujita Shamima no pacho.
So no so say 1 city or no quite ready so bit here 1 city to support
government. Be biba mejai. Or no top petro. 78 million the corner office and be the top petro man. Inti I don't know or cassette so kay ho auto petrol aban the top petrol man. What kind of disrespect is that? I don't know move for buo my sir. I don't know move for buo my sir. Most of them are not way castle ho say castle filling station ho.
Yeah, fuel
top okobugum. Yama 78 million fuel ka ho. Please, you should spare us. She should spare us that. And for her to even trivialize the amount of 1 cedi and make it look like your mom 5 cedi into your 1 cedi and your what kind of disrespect is that? Obi, is it not this? Mama Kancho, let me get back to even my narrative. So this government already planned somewhere, and nothing 2 weeks ago, almost forced truck drivers, the taxi drivers, because they knew this was coming. They knew say someone force drivers union no moment say. If there is a transportation fare, so now we bar about the count on the account. Because they know as 1 city has come. You can rest assured that the drivers, they are in a meeting. Because it's not their fault. And I make a talk 1 gallon, I make you 50 pesos. Which business doesn't pass on taxes to their consumers? Business be a passing on tax because it's going to add up to your cost of production. Until the drivers, they are in a meeting as we speak. But now, say they've been in a meeting since 1 p.m. And they knew, no more aware. They knew this day. It's that 2 weeks ago, force you more talk about chroma between drivers and passengers because they needed to do that quickly and do this now. Why? Obi, I buy back on mobile within 100 days. Mato utility bills move 14%. 2024. We are always say friend is saying utility price adjustment, and it was reduced. It wasn't increased. The price adjustment in the IMF conditionalities, it doesn't necessarily talk about upward review or downward review. So you can actually reduce utilities. We increase utilities by 14%. And you told us, say, some 14%, it is to enable you fix some of the issues within the utility energy sector. And yes, 14%. Obi, within the last 120 or 130 days, cement are now 85 cities, equal 130 Ghana cedis. Cement requires also short. Tomatoes are near Tomienu 10 cities are no more complaining. Say tomatoes boy day or many more day no, and then tomatoes no back 10 cities. One, Contest Bukoshe, Malatawa here, for a chair, na Malata market, na for when you the country is going through difficulties. The people are struggling. Okay, I'm say dollar bafem into the bafem obi. So Oko Spinters Road, na sa glamour shops glamour mega stores Omo sofa back $10,000, $20,000 air flyers any billboards say dollar bafem into ateswa. And now the best so ade ma yen Ghana for. Yemu do say na yekodudwa e was Spinters Road ne cantonment in Legon. Mamina oton tomatoes wo madina no dollar no ama ne tomatoes na ba fam ni meko no dollar na ko fam no ama ni meko na ko fam ni nche no dollar no affect na no they affect some mamini dwadie pa na ye fuel price enti kanyame adom mo na muso mo ye bibia fafu dollar yi huma fuel price aba fam kakra nka munja wo homa ye ye koka mo se o munja na sade ne ye so aba 5 na ya gi 1 afiri man ye hwe. Is that how you talk to people who have voted and entrusted you with their friend inside their power? finance minister oba parliament oba veteran ena minority bisa niam bebe ba waka nyina se obeyi ena wasan so aka on the other side say obeyi taxes bi afi hoyi obenye ska we he ena sa niam we otumi dia ye obi it was one of the most legitimate questions anybody can ask. I mean, Sikasama finance minister, Honorable Otto Forsen, Ekaye, and I quote from my Enjoy line, 13th January 2025, Osei, we can raise revenue without increasing taxes.
Asempa FM.
Me tax free okra and Jeffrey, and don't just me home betcheme. Osei, we are going to focus on compliance. And that when we enforce compliance, we'll raise the needed revenue without adding onto our taxes. What happened? Obi, DNA disrespect, DNA betrayal of trust, DNA anti-climax. Essence say, Obeba announces say we taxes be if you no be abo nse mama. Na de chinya, what the tax are a year be 8 times more than bakuna we free hono. Ebeba. We levy. Hey, Ato is forcing. Hey, Ato is forcing. For the first time in this country, na fedie ye economy in share vice president na Jane Bium. Yedema finance minister. Oh, may emission even emission tax cry will be in your mayima with your dakra. Would you credit say we are nobody in this country has ever paid for an emission tax. But we see a month in mount. Betting tax are less than 0.2% of the population at two bets. Was way if you want it, what reduce the burden? Because you removed betting tax until you removed burden on the people of this country. Because we emission tax into Obi, where you burden from the people of this country. Burden now where and the cement now increased by 45 cities. No. Burden now where any general and the boy drain a yenye bintono. Burden now where no. Afe uwie ya. What sorry na jua obi ada. Ena mu this speed. Ako passe mbra. Ede 1 cedi abetu petrol bia so say yeto a liter bia so yeto na we see yem bebre yenim liters no into a gallon into nei auto gallon ba ku bia to 4,500 cedis ede ma ban free eno enka petrol no
utu
4,500 old cedis 1 gallon.
Okay
4,500 old cedis and the mama taxi driver say trotro driver na tia say 4,500 and utu ama ban for 1 gallon. Obi, enti vet driver ono use 42 liters no. Ko normally vet cars they bear 42 liters near there no. Ono no auto ofele ne car bia auto 42, otua 42 cedis ma buy free. And you different from 3 cedi 27 pesos na and also otua no. Don't forget already no. Otua 3 cedi 20 if I say 27 pesos bi ama buy
in taxes in the price builder.
Enti ene no ka say no. And then me no can say and no pay bet me 20 pesos a free. You don't forget so original is no 20 pesos. It's a 3 cedi and 70 pesos. Into this 3 cedi and 70 pesos no. Ebeka 4 cedi 50 pesos no ho. I 7 cedi 57 pesos. It's auto 1 gallon bia utu 30 cedis am I buying free. Ewa. Obi adeng. Hey, me say 1 gallon 30 cedis. Aye. Adeng. 3,000. 30 cedis say 30,000. 30,000. All cities 30,000 out you am buying free. Vet driver no. Obi, private car owner o car no e buy 100 liters no. For every time you fill your car, you pay 100 cedis to government. Enti obi who say okay you so e be 120 liters. Enti wo no anytime bia obe fill it o ka say wo kokumase a obe kokumase a obe san be ba no na we tua 240 Ghana cedis am buy free. Obi and some car the parking now for VIP and kawakwa ba. Because who be fill o tank e wie o fill wie a na wo de mu a friend is saying 240 cedis am buying free there. If you are Kumasi VIP or just saying
Asempa FM.
Less than 200.
And Ted Wakwaba. Obi, that is the reality. That is the fact of the matter. And no any harsh conditioner and this is for their better console. Now oka I thought say we well now okay say we
me say adoma me kai o so
we distract me oka almost say na you move to the next one. NDC for issues from raising about kuni. Almost say, ho, na car mo beto ye bi nie. E car ye ja mo ja to ama 3.7 billion. You see, just can do aka no. You to be just can to aka na energy sector ni begu. Any idea MPP 40 more the omo ja kama obi. Let's set the record straight and set the facts straight. And I'll take my time to do it. And one of the things I'm pay we Ekosiisen I want to say, aha, and a Ghana for bebre is there. And to be Tommy Boase, and I'm prepared near myself, you bet him. Obi the can say. In the year 2017, about Bemono. Now NDC for cow be ja. Our energy sector $2.5 billion. 2.5 and require audited 2.5. It's a fact. It's in the SLR report. Even your finance minister put it. It is $2.5 billion. No, please. It's a matter of fact. And Obi and the audited one. The annual audited the crab become more $2.5 billion. That is how much the NDC left. Obi, and I'll explain why they couldn't pay. As a result of that, we introduce you ESLA, Energy Sector
Levies Act.
And was supposed to mobilize resources to pay the energy sector FNSA debts. But you see, now a cannot doors we about bemuno, now cannot doors want to the say IPPs, independent power producers, omunya ready so many about satchel. Kopem tama boa because say ESLA and Branaba. But not just at once, a bit to mobilize $2.5 billion. So I just say, and independent power producers also, and you're ready so many about today at train. So I just say, and we came and met crisis. Don't forget, say, buy and not doom so. There was a crisis, and this crisis was as a result of financial constraint and not about sector also. Remember, say, as at the time NDC for fear bemono, this country didn't have capacity problems, and we have always insisted. Between 2013 and 2016, say, doom so na ye war my way no, and ye generation problem, and ye financial problem. Now, the NDC in their quest to deal with the generation problem, is signing a lot of reckless generation contracts. Until by the time of money society no, that's how reckless generation contracts a financial constraint in my sector no. Until a lot of the power purchasing agreements, especially the take or pay contracts, and the cabeswa sector, and I'll give you a quick example. You can't take or pay. Nipa na wabes or then the generator base wanna or produce power among mine. Ghana binding a sign a contract say on produce power until first will produce 1,000 megawatts. Say a tone, say Anton, you bet yaka. Now what the NDC did was that by the time we moved here in 2017, no man signed a power purchasing agreement. Makumaku 32 power purchasing agreement. And then the NDC first sign ya to or minor console. I don't wanna take or pay. Obi, so what can the total capacity generation na 32 PPAs in a generating na a dozen. I say in Ghana, how can you cry here? Eti my main money easy no be antiasie. Say for example, say Ghana, ye kasi ye yusu kania power ko enima, ye be here 3,000 megawatts. Be the kasem. Na end this first sign a contract with PPAs omu generate power 5,000 megawatts. 5,000 megawatts and so agreement and say mu use wo say sa extra 2,000 no. Say who use wo, say when use wo, ubetu yaka. And then friend no take or pay no. Now this is the downside. Downside and they say even 3,000 megawatts ni nyina kra ekwa Ghana for ho ne yusu ne tue ni nyina ka wie kra still on mine no be de ka 2,000 megawatts because agreement and they say samoto samanto mu betua and I want so we are consumer no you will only pay for what you have used untumi nko tua for 2,000 megawatts na when use no in our books no every month every day Ghana state is being saddled with energy sector debt from the take or pay contract, whether we have used it or not, which we didn't have use for anyway. It is how to say excess capacity. It means that no man sign agreement and here at that time. I'm an aboso. Enti I can't embrebia ebi eba beka. So they left a debt of $2.5 billion at to Mintua. And omudi eslabaye. Ye beto ya no na sector no edeka enti IPP so no bu efu ema sika kwa de beto fu o efu wale e friend say generators kwa ne eden ni yeni So what the MPP government did was that see a pekwan ebefa so a sa $2.5 billion no ye betumi ayeden e ye free ho na IPPs no tumi produce stable power ayeden amayen eno na aban ne ka say wo photo we wo ho a bosumi bia kakra bebe mu ne de betua nanso entumi mbo mu bebe ni ntino ye ntumi ntua ka na ebenya dum so nko ade a ene ye fa esla no enko jiska ne ye fa mbeyi kan free ho ne ye de yi kan free wa na fa de etumi ama power producers no kwa no man power na ye den ye pe no na ye tua to ni nyina no ne ye de tua ne kakra. That is basically what happened. The ESLA debt management report is there. And your public Oko Ministry of Finance website now saying I think on 25th April or so, the finance minister actually gave the 2025 report or so in there. It is on their website. The details are there. Obi, as at 2023, and I'll give you this. As at 2023, now between 2017 and 2023, no, the amount of money ESLA are mobilizing 35 billion cedis. 35 billion cedis. And now ESLA sikana den abim. Who examine report now? What you realize is that 70% of that 35 billion cedis went to the payment of any NDC for 2.5 billion. So that 70% of the ESLA actually went into the payment of the energy sector debt. It is sometimes when you hear the NDC people say, and the ESLA no here, they are peddling falsehood. They are not being truthful. And not be someone make catch away. Say be a member of the Ministry of Finance website. The ESLA report is there. Honorable Atufosi himself recently presented one. Everything is in that report. You can analyze it for yourself. 70% of the ESLA goes into the payment of the energy sector debt. Out of the 70, the other 20% was used to fund other things within the sector like transmission issues, distribution issues, electrification extension, 20%. And a small percentage and I call the provision for other infrastructure. This is in the Ministry of Finance reports. Let me also quickly remind you, say, in the year 2019, World Bank for the year reports be on our energy sector. And say, if the MPP government doesn't find a way to deal with our energy sector issues now, by 2023 and 2024, this country's energy sector debt would have ballooned to $12.5 billion. You've seen that report. $12.5 billion. You've seen that report. So if you have a government that comes into office, meets a debt of $2.5 billion, meets a fund, rightly so. Now say, you should fund at the delay with the energy sector issues. No manage sector for 8 years without energy crisis. 8 years. Yenya energy crisis 8 weeks. Now from day one we are in an energy crisis. Companies are shutting down, businesses are folding up, cold store owners are crying, schools, hospitals, everybody is struggling. Domestic affairs and use Obi, there's something questionable about you and your competence when it comes to the energy sector. Mamika say in the management of the energy sector issues, Robi, and yet just an issue of into what clay hole. My catch what I said, because of contracts now, take or pay contracts now, and this for signing anything. Don't forget, take or pay contract. We actually attempted to deal with some of them, but you know what we realized? Based on a common first almost signing a contract, we notice most of them, if we don't take care and we touch them, you benya judgment debts. So some of them we only managed to renegotiate some other terms, but you can't touch the take or pay arrangement because all our catching the work of a generator number. So in order to avoid judgment debt, you just let it go. And every day, say as we speak, Omaino air boka from excess generation, from power that we may not have used. At the same time, I'm sure the other side. So the take or pay contract is one side of our energy crisis. The other side, and so they say 3,000 megawatts in the crown pona and no Ghana for be using now ECG AG if you power producers no ECG for commercial and technical losses in T. By the time I saw 3,000 no crab do ye fee muno naka 2.5 and no cry almost do fear no crano na power na mu 500 kwada sa 500 na kono ye nya kwaje fi power producer no ho inte se etuaka. But ambedu no cry consumer no one pon the way you no way to yaka. Afe 25 no so ababedu ho na wo use we wie no ECG form begige huska na nkomo fa nkotu aka no omo ntumi ngege 24% ekemu obi. So we have 24% of technical and commercial losses on the ECG side as well. What it means is that even if Seka ECG for credit to me omo to me tamper wani nyina akra brain kra still o many boka bia eno no consumer na use enti on to me ntuaka enti saska ho na betua. That is the reason why even if NDC for 50 cedis ebeto yes ye taxes so kra yen to me avoid this energy sector debt no. It is one of the reasons. Because of Sanya Meya Mabubo so actually because they take or pay contract they are still there. It's an AM no ka say power producer be producing power yen use ye betu yaka. Don't also forget Obi. And then almost say energy sector debt no in city terms no and number 67 million. Is it billion? 67 billion. Yeah, 67 billion. Let's even use the $3.7 billion. Let's stay on the $3.7 billion. Obi, $3.7 billion in Uyusu, a friend is saying 10 cities cry empa, saying 37 billion. Sa one city you are betting your coin and Tiama, which can see be Sa one city no Obi every year Omenya bear 7 billion. Omenya bear 7 billion cities. What they cut 37 billion cities another whole legacy debt at the hole. Now what they one city I bet your coin and I was try and trust say opa ye chow o srey ye tuasa one city the man wa obe solve energy sector issues. No very well sa oboa because 7 billion cities no o multiply no by 4 cra 28 billion. Don't forget say Obi it is not as if say obeje one city na sad nioma mienu ya edit debt e by a sector no eko. Once you are paying $3.7 billion no you are still accumulating debt from the pay or take or pay contract and now still are accumulating debt from ECG losses now won't fix it you know. And coming to that the energy minister sat on TV and told the whole country say Yaman 100 days he would stop the losses at ECG and turn it into a profitable organization. Is it not on record?
Yeah, I've seen Mahusa video no.
Inti 120 days a chum 130 days a chum on flexi BBA or ECG. We are still running losses. Take or pay contract is still making us run losses. Now the one CD are bringing, and you want us to believe that one CD will fix the energy sector when the previous government, in spite of the debt, 2.5 billion or better, you know, he still managed to ensure say he will keep our power on for 8 years. Edian Kwana man this phone to me keeping a light on in the last 150 days. What is it? What is it about NDC and Dumso? I announce for the first time in the history of this country. Monday Dumso levy, D levy, about better than console. Now we levy my last one I'm conclude. It's a very important point I'm conclude. Obi, we have a government or catcher and say we have a government or catcher and say or mining we are doing. A man for bread. Into e-levy free. All of us supported the removal of e-levy. Mimi say the removal of e-levy was not about how much money we are raising or not. It was about the fact that we need to allow the digital space to grow to a certain point. And that is one of the things Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia kept saying. Obi send this car, me fan say or send it 204 Ghana cedis for 2024. That's a OC e-levy yet more dear. Sandy pano. Not tax which you e-levy so on that 204 cedis in 2 cedi 4 pesos. And then in 2025, Sesani Pano Kotofu or 204 cedis Obi Otuya 17 cedis in D taxes. Now Obi, think about it. We are Ghanaian now spending 204 cedis under the previous government. Now tax 2 cedis. Ne abaina or the previous government na tema kasa nenimwa edi levy ya samwa ya tuti ano tomano e kache and say on raise taxes. Ebe yi levy free was say mo nse mumano no. 3 weeks after Oyi levy, and I said 3 months after Oyi levy the free or the tax are 8 times. E-levy no you free or no. D tax I know and say over spending a simple 204 Ghana cedis cry. You are paying taxes of 17 Ghana cedis. Obi, I want Honorable Edwasa to tell me one tax in Ghana and it was a ding essence I D tax. Why? Obi, a ding.
Dennis.
A ding Bonnie Ben Kwa Bonnie Bay What crime have we committed by electing a democratic government? Why should we be put through this pain? Now, them yana sa okasa, almost shut up, keep quiet and so far.
Me da say, me mintie the honorable Kojo Edu Asare. Na yinti ono nso na dwen kire was answer mu honorable
Obi
me pacho yeti o
33 minutes gone. So your time.
Sure. You have the same time.
Wonderful. Correct. Obi. Me chia wati for Ghana ha. I am wati o ne abrochire for. Almost I hear wo announcing time and I can say
yeah, announcing time.
Aberfontein time so. The woman is saying Ranajo MPs are Ghana for a power almost said Omunku di Omunko Shem Ramayan or Yemra Shemedrum MPP 4 count NDC 4 count Independent 4 so count Omona Yede Mrashebedrum Wejuma Shomusa Enra Finance Minister Eddie Bill Ekotuho Efase ye nyinam nkania ho nsem ye nyina yenim se fitibe last year the entire whole last year 2024 from the beginning ABC ye ura 2025 mu ABC and now ye kase ye nkania nsem enhweda NCC suyi enunti no nyina so a ema sankania sem no ntimi sisi so yie ne se omo a apart from aban ankasa enkrofo a ana se omo nwumaku a omo ye nkania ho adwuma maye no ye sanso wo ankrafo nso a omo nso ema ye nkania ni bi ede boa aban ankasa nso de enunti over the years yet this ankrofo mobehwa last year towards the end of the year no in premium this IPPs decided say about my ultimatum say omudum yenkania twice before the election and finance minister the you can say I ahoshishe say yi ahopre e copy ska e di ko tua ska di bi di so say na be ya ye ba be ko elections no enkoba say omo be dum omo machines na akoba no say ye kan yasem e be kwa akoye before we entered the election period nti ahoshishe bi so and omode koye what we call a knee-jerk reaction just to hold and yes say so no amana swati na afei omolusu election no de na just say muja bibia agumu fango a nanka esese yenya dodo obi esese world reserve enukra na yenya omuja ibinum kra atese etumi so ye da 3 days so say 5 days we were here and yet say that time na John Jina Pokra yenya no energy minister no ye bibi transition bibi on energy
yes
inti ono na ye de sa adwuma ne share ne nsa na on be chechire ni emamu e chire na ye power no as minister elect or call Iba and Yeswe and our minister. And ever since it's been one issue or the other. Na ye can Esla one semwa. Esla no, yes, over the years near water recovery levy be ana yitua and also aban bebre betwetwa mu na e wo ho so na still our bills no kwa na na ekoso inti 2000 and the time of crisis nearby. I mean, years no, I mean, I don't want to make doom so crisis. 2012, a day ban.
Yes.
Now, you say a generation issue.
Now, a financial.
Ghana food, you know. Financial, no, yeah, the other, you would go to Kania no free. Now, Odiababe Mount Ghana for. We needed car power to give us, to augment what we had at the time. We needed Ameri. These are the two are buying the impofrim eco arrange and which and other private ones no so time of crisis nearby and it be by year kasa they anticipated say there will be the need for you can't say until almost so any buying a baby seeing kunya and almost sign agreement and I buy my own kind almost be year almost projects now we are buying wouldn't say that you can't say commission I'm coming from saying no electoral
an energy commission.
Yes. Every year, year assessment. Who say quantum of generation ye been here per year. Intino sa quantum no. Ubetimi planning with that in mind over a period. It is only say every year this is the quantum ube needy. Now say na wo generation capacity no any versus wo demand every year that be can use that no. You can use that to plan in the future say bia in the next 10 years this is the demand ebeba if you have the finances you procure to cover that period no depending on the one ebeson because you are building a nation you expect say industry ebe grow you expect say economy no be expanding and you need energy to be able to get these things done development in so beba or energy it becomes the underlying infrastructure.
Yeah.
As a government or what foresight, knowing say we have some industrialization plan ahead of us, we decided say you be secure because car power it took 1 whole year for them to build badge then no 1 whole year when we ordered it. It's say ya say me pay your friend saying power badge ubekọ na ya ye esi ho na wakwa kotua ka na waswa esese uko order on specifications wo capacity whatever wo here na you build it to suit your own your friend saying demands. That is how long it took us to get car power. And Mary, we were just fortunate. Say, you call, you can't say, you tow your net around, no. We found the Ameri plant. Say, no dear, ya ye esiho. Na ye ton. So we were able to arrange for to purchase it. A whole agreement near the call number of years I debate was done. I think it was for 5 years.
Initially.
And then after that, it became ours. And then whatever followed. These two arrangements alone was not enough. Yes, it could cover our need at the time. But then, say now you're planning towards the future there. Then we need some excess because and arrangement for something new over the years and can then bibi fufra. Yenya crisis nanka ye PBB atwa ye nya ne. And again, the kind of money we will require to purchase at this time, and yet 10 years ago, net year. This will be our foresight. We are buying our foresight. That is how you plan. That is how you think, and that is exactly what we did. I ne, ye can't generation in Kwandia, Ghana, ye need problem. Ye issue are your war. The data. Yes, I never win. You who say, who be here? Because these machines they require fuels and independent for you. So as I say, you chew moka. Internet, as I say, you nya kwan ebe faso ye debate you asake. And President Mahama and the team at the time decided to come up with this ESLA, Energy Sector Levies Act. Ya di ba ye pass ya. No, and I say a car a daho. Any fan good in your my being here, they are managing that sector. No, the Benyas as can free muna, ye dia share, they are supporting. And noon, and near the yen in kakran, near the titiso, and a 4 fian to ata. Ye free abemu near the car 2.1, or was it 2 point? Then it was 2.1, as I know it. And the jam. Ye jam also with this ESLA because a yetoa na ye GG. Every month biano ye will be a babegum ye bit me be a treat ya akaba na ye. Can the foria tabaya or see the way a cano etieno who be here say ye be clear can free hontino ye fast canning na ye GG no. Ya trans ya sisian who say for the next 15 years ye kikansi enia amount say na yebenya it is amount no yen discount na yen fanko jibusia ene na say 15 years no ye gigi skarone e di tua nipa na ye koji sa skado free no hono ne editua no ne ka enda omoko Jesus kai boom tinye nyina adwin se moko Jesus kai boom die ankasa e kana na eda ho at the time 2.1 ne die anka ye de betua ne nyina ma na free ho
Asempa
na asem de na asem akọ. Because I don't think crowd ye boabo sa futuro no ano. It's a ban sign. Anna 2024 or 2025 January move free abemu. Now still this same eka eda so da ho ama ebi asa be ka ho akọ to the tune of 3.7 billion. So, no obi, what dreams I said when who be and tossum. I just said, Muhu faso ewa abayimuno, and only ni Yama ekadaho. Ye futo se no na ye de betua sa ekano. What is that futo na kwa kosia wa ajisika boom se mo de ba betua kano. Eka na wentia. Mo kono mo jakano esa dibi aka ho amana kosoro eja ho
also current commitment also mumiti
Osei
current payment also mumiti from legacy debt no you would also be incurring fresh debt.
Nobody is saying that, but the purpose of the load of the levy,
yes,
was to pay off.
Yeah, some percentage to pay off legacy debt.
That is it. So what happened? Did they pay off? No.
You think so?
They did not. They managed the scanner bar. Oh, Moji Kakra, almost Oji Kakra, and then the bill was piling up. The bill was piling up. That was what they were doing. And as I see answer no, the kakra na Oji no, what did the boom wedi? Inti kakra na maybe eba ekotua nipa na ukoji sanska no efri no ho. That money goes there. And no na NDC ya ba ban mu. And as a kano esen ye kon mu. Enu ti na menu mienu. Wo ho obeti light fui na ekọ. Because fango any eyi krofo a ye didi omukọ ayo muntie edu so na ye sika ya plan say di be ma omo enya koya eno ane so omo edum a line ni bi na chese omo nya dum a na chese gridco enso e manage di aka no di ono so dundum kakra na ECG eso esese odon so ehwe areas a consumption no e be ye we na fun ono so edum. And in the last 5 months, we've all been going through this pain. Daben Sunday na wia. Who call me Facebook? I'll be say matro.
Say
maybe atro.
How can you do me ana?
Yes. Obi, I see me brutal.
I tell you no lie.
I tell you no lie, Obi. And coming who heavy. Sunday afternoon. Just say, be papa be koso in my life. Now, you doom light. Me the betro. Kai.
Oh, okay. In the ECG, what's the problem around West Trasaco? 3 times in 2 hours? That's the question that Ubu said.
Yes. To get me to write this, you should tell you I didn't come.
You can imagine the ordinary
exactly
who facing the same problem.
What you say?
But Miracles told you, sir.
Yes.
For 8 years they made the same problem, but largely crisis here.
Obi, is it that you have some kind of amnesia or something?
No, I'm telling you what Miracles just said.
No, I'm asking you too.
I say we only had 8 weeks.
So no, Obi, last week I sent you something.
Yes.
Unfortunately, was it last week? 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Obi, check the list of things that I sent you. That kind of down for phone. I will be very glad. I sent you something, some material. Your conversation. I will be very glad. Me will be 15 minutes. But you can't me, Mr. OP, because we can't govern this country with falsehoods. What I say?
Yeah.
The list we owe Ghanaians for. As politicians, we cannot put them in a mess like the MPP did and still continue to lie in addition. That's all.
Yeah, they have said it. Where Gridco 2024 Delhi coincident load shedding.
Wonderful.
Coincident load shedding. I think we're a March 18th, 2025 letter to the Honorable Minister. I think the Minister had requested, sir, that data. We forward the attached analysis of load shedding that was carried out in 2024. The report shows the days in each month that load management was carried out.
Right.
The results of the analysis show that 1, the maximum coincident load shedding for the year was 720 megawatts and was carried out in December. The minimum coincident load shedding was 59 megawatts and was carried out in June. The load shedding was carried out due to inadequate generation capacity to meet demand. Yours faithfully, Engineer Mark Ba, acting chief executive way of Gridco.
Right.
Into Omoma breakdown month by month. January off peak 438 megawatts, peak time 389 megawatts. February into Etwatwa Sosa.
Consider being. This month being.
Yeah, there is January here. It is January to December. That's 2024. Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes.
In
every month.
Yes.
You know, amount I share there.
In 8 weeks now, miracles kind. Is it true? From that, what you have just read.
And what happens with this? And it's because the quantum of shedding ain't that big. You manage it by management, you know. The emphasis say in January, so one day we also share this 100 megawatts. Share, and some have happened even in the last 5 months. And this information need to in the share the export to other countries, no, and then you cut the export for that day. And even though there is you said load on record, no, you would find say when you cut the exporter, ultimately the fairly gap, and people will still have
the simple whatever a layman reads from January to December, there was load shedding. That is what this document reads to all of us.
People didn't sleep in darkness from January to December.
No, it can't be every day. Definitely not. And I mean, Kaiser Ghana Obiada Sumu from January to December ever in my lifetime. It has never happened. So Obiada Sumu from January to see December. Me who be there? You be saw at a certain time and you be doing at a certain time. So please, this is the fact. So if anybody tells you, say, we had the load shedding for only 8 weeks, the person is lying.
Because in your power crisis for only 8 weeks, different from load shedding for only 8 weeks.
Obi, these semantics won't help anybody.
Oh no, but that's the truth.
These semantics, it won't help anybody because
that time there was crisis. You understand? But apart from that time within that year, the rest of the year we didn't see that crisis.
Obi, you see, and Michel said, this is not a comfortable situation. Maybe the American within this short time, look at if I tell you what I was in the middle of doing it's how they will see, you see, so it's not whichever way you turn it. And not and I won't abam for so say. Sa kanet da hono. SSC ye free ho. Sa kana abeda ho $3.7 billion. SSC ye kano e free ho. Se na be ya han bi ebetimi aba the energy sector. Na transformers SSC yesisan cables SSC yesisan any transmission niema ye kind of saying meters ebidomo pe bia omunya and ye keka ka ho at least yetimi revise the way who sem akọ over the period ye nyina enim crisis ato ECG sisia obo pe kwan foforo omo be rebranding the whole place na ni nyina gina sikasem so eka omo abo agu ho sebi saka don sesi yakobo busia efri oman foforo bi so a ye betua sika don na etua ho insi ho oti ase sesi akra ye kasei ye ni ye kan say credit worthy ye kan say
ye kwaje busia kwa a problem obi am person be boy busia biom because ye bobusia na ye ntimi ntia and ye declare ye ho bankrupt iti obia ni ho say ukodo ho say ombo obusia na sa bankruptcy eyi no tare wo mama so a obema o kapreba because odim say wo na am hold odim sa ska no ma afibo na untimi ntia nti ye ka say Ghana your friend Ghana ye ntimi mbo bosia mfia bontin bia bebia until say ye ho aka ye wo no ye betimi atuatua bia ma ye ho aye no ma yi sa tag na free ye so na se wontimi kokko sa bosia ni mfia bontin a sebe enye ufie na ekom no wo
Tisi fie na hye obi abetimi atoto ne nsa nkakra na yetimi aboa saa sika na no na yetimi de yi saa ka na free ho na yetimi enya futuo bi a eno so beboa yen ama yetimi fango ni ade yetimi ato asi baby esese level esese yenya as backup any inema esese yesesa grid code net code electricity company there VR there na se NPP fois omo pia yen ko share sa situation we mu omo spokesperson miracles ba betra abesu sa crocodile tears shed these crocodile tears and Ghana for and I just say I will be the American Sweden media to say me who be of the way of fire to say look at these people, arrogant people. Those days, who Kasakra to say to hell with you, who ne wana kawanutum ya na mine share yensa what's he saying? And now I bet now your home obomo na Ghana for Uko kwa we fi wa hasisi af obi Freddy pa 10 na bisa omo say sa your friend saying petrol say even though ye nyaya anka ye consultations nso kra kakra ama manfo eti ne e banase but no entwa mu we will explain it to the Ghanaian people because ni aye no omo go please
akaka krem
how many minutes
be semanu mani
yo waba kawanu tumo uni hano we had the very
you answer the free
Obi,
yes,
these are the people who put Ghana in a mess, in this whole mess 5 months ago. They left this country in this dunso condition. And omo wa kujina a soldier. Omo hunu so deni poto ni wie ya no. Omo kujina soldier. And omo say why hunu so no was wrong. Look at them. Look at them. It's Obi. Like I was telling you, it's not too late. We will engage the Ghanaian people. Na ya mama ti omo ho ase. Say enye boapayo bi a ye be ma obi ho akere no. Ana ye pese obi ho akere no. Na mum ye nyina ye yi edie mu. Ye nya ne pepa bi omo ba so ya ye niema mienu miensa bi ama omo hu se ye wo adwen papa e de ma oman no iti ye niema bi a ye de toto eno sedani nansa enkoa district assemblies you really see almost 1 billion cedis e de amomo ABC in the last 7 years 7 years ABC da ABN da IGF kakra na omunya wo ho yesi ya kape anu sumpo ya kape anu sumpo district assemblies across this country was like a desert.
Obi so nim say no credit
common fund no kape
IG say common fund sorry common fund sorry man sorry IGF I'm sorry
yes
common fund ya kape Itu uko bisa MC chale bole noko ba chale shimbo. This was this you can say assembly the characteristic of the assembly at the time. And first 5 months Sika Echo this year you see each one of them will get a minimum of 25 million cedis for just this year. Every year, 25 or more. And then look at you. Free SHS. Omusika. Ya debe tuto mundi ane ni adie. Ya ye release. Ya ye. Ya nkoto emu. spy enkoma ya school for nkola. Emu spy dia sa bagino. Fufro. Ni ya lebu no. I don't drink bonini. These are the people who are talking today. Obi. Omofu say you refi omo. The same people. Vice President Timi Kofa more expire eko chiche man krofo. Who say who be some say the office one man fa more anko chiche. Who be some say Obi. Who be some say unti. These are the people who are today pontificating righteousness, Obi, in this country.
36 minutes.
Tell me, wow. Obi, me a catch will play na 2 minutes. Me share me time.
Watch me now, you. Cause watch me now, you.
Oh my goodness, Obi.
Yes.
You see. It becomes very.
Where's when your airtime free?
Sleep over Nick. You can't be beer. Sabi. No seating. You can't say. Abufunu.
Mokasa ye nimu rough so kan.
What you say? Omokasa na ya abufunu.
Yeah, that must.
Because I didn't mean yet.
Yeah, that must.
Omo enim ye so ya. Mo kama ntum.
That must.
No fool say anti-mu any but a power parliament na ye we na ye the American ye jai ye nko ye be call ye da ye and no and the church say mu parliament as minority. Please don't say chroma ye di. The country is calm. Mo pese mo whippy sentiments. It's not whipping. The whipping is not whipping. The whipping is not whipping. Because one can say, you don't have the vim to whip anything.
Kojodu Asare and Amotene Kano, a former MP, and he's been in the Chamber of Parliament for 4 solid years before, representing the people of Adentan constituency here in the Greater Accra region. Originally, an Equiapem. So, I mean, Equiapem ni. And then crying, okay.
And I'm papa a brew and near
and to papa a full equiapem.
Yes.
And I'm a equiapem half.
Yes.
Into equiapem ni. Originally,
Bukum pa. If you're not 1930, bomb on the 2-year bullion.
Hey,
a honor missy.
Wow. Wow.
But we one to know.
Hey, equiapem.
The be Bukum or one to know. No, so one to equiapem.
Osei
one to Bukum, so one to
no, me Accra had a
no, we say one to Bukum, Accra, you Bukum.
No, Accra, dear woman. To Bukum, dear name, crew, me, was
it's only almost
oh, my papa, if you.
Me, my papa.
We saw Tina Bukum, and that's what Tina Brew, and I'll tell you no more. On contrary, radio song can say Vice President Cochiche mo, where you going yet that. Want to know? And the cosmopolitan for Yana, we want to know. Want to know? I don't mean how we can't control. I want to walk as you come as away.
Marcus Meba. My menfa Zenith Easy Cash in Chemna man for in TV Pacho say, oh yeah, Ghana in a wood, Yemia, Zenith Bank, the Asem de enam, or Mose or Mujitum sometimes, or Bosomeno, I say, a yet in the month feels a little longer than usual. A yana and Yabosomena yet into Usika and Asantem. In the Abianesika Huaquachia, yes, Kadia ABB and Minime, Zenith Bank, the Zenith Easy Cash, Abba, a easy loan solution from Zenith Bank. Once a year MTN Momo subscriber and quad, you can benefit from this loan facility for only MTN Momo subscribers. It's secure, it's convenient, instant and collateral free. In a way, a loan with no collateral. Easy cash. You can take care of all your financial needs and emergencies with a total peace of mind. Simply dial *170# *170# on MTN. Now I hit option 5 for financial services. Then choose option 3 for loans. And finally option 6 for easy cash. Now wait to me and you will way. Your easy loan in 60 seconds is brought to you by Zenith Bank. Easy cash wasem and I'm making apply today. Zenith Bank in your best interest. Omobo Mohomoden, papa. Kale charcoal toothpaste, then so aba minim toothpaste, how did you say? But send kale charcoal there, then you are missing a lot. BDA and the idea only BDA essential medicinal properties, it will be DMO, it meets you and ma was saying a fita kama in the BDA, papa. See the toothpaste, yeah, what are they? Samara Company Limited at Nase, and Omudi BDA, aye toothpaste kama. I would choose here amount of fresh breath, whiter teeth, reduces dental plaque, healthy and strong gums, it prevents cavity, and many, many more. Kale charcoal toothpaste. It's recommended for adults and children above 6 years. Samara Company Limited, de Abba, Frewon 0246 864 798. Now, no in income. Kale charcoal toothpaste, happy smile. Miracles. Maminti any other business.
Obi 36 minutes. Honorable Edwasa Kasaye. Minim say okan say 1 CD and I say 4,000 cedis. Nobody at 1 gallon. So no be ye fi ho na okan.
That be one kabi.
Na say baby omujina no omujina.
On bet rich mama Ghana for what?
Na say baby omujina no omujina. Enye de e ka no muti mboa. O say ye kra ye kasa kra ya abofu no.
Osomo kasa.
Ye kasa ya abofu.
Omu ni medjuma ne ye no omu ye ni ye.
Omu ye ni ye. Obi wo ye na ye man kan ye gina so 8 years no. Ye ni me. Wa oba 4 months de bia ye dun kan ya no ni me. Wa oba ye wa ba beji 1 cedi da so desum. Oso ni me. Ye 50 pesos 8 years. So ni me. Obi ba nka se me tro hwe. NDC for.
Yes.
Apart from the first omo kan no kre no. Omo san so ye tribodin for. 2015 October 20th, make a story on my Enjoy Online. On my penny Mahama Neka say, or say pay more for power to avoid doomso. Mahama to Ghanaians. Pay more for power to avoid doomso. Mahama to Ghanaians. Emma, 2015 remains the only year in this country. Year energy crisis, so you're saying to your friend is saying, Kania boom, and so still a yenya Kania. It is the same person, but no baby catcher will say, oh, mommy 1 cedi, now mommy 1 cedi, but can you be in a swat? Uti honorable Edwasaria, no usuti. Because when you knew the same group of people, who for crab, grammar frame here, or more year, down and on no more, no that's what. Obi, Sankantisa, Uncle, how do you tell us that you are fixing a problem when the burden you are bringing onto us doesn't even resolve even 40% of the problem you are talking about? And I insist, and we'll get back to this. Me say the 4 cedis 50 pesos no more 2 1 gallon so no, it doesn't solve the energy sector problem because take or pay reckless contract no more sign a no. Those contracts are still there. 32 no sign a MPP na sign it should never be said. Honorable Dresser men kept be on a brabum. Said the energy sector crisis in the MPP, it is never true. The energy sector debt that we have today is made up of 3 key components: take or pay contracts, excess capacity on Kamati say is in excess of about 500 million or so every month, or whatever. Any technical and commercial losses, 24% a fee. Your friend is saying ECG and on the ye Canada ho. What it means is that someone resolve a technical and commercial losses in here. Now, so when you start take or pay in free where it doesn't matter how much you pay, you are still only going to accumulate. And you know, said they are making no credit. Or man peninsula nim said they are making no credit. Obi, who nim said they are making no credit. You are aware, say your energy excess via yen yusu. And unti SSA are buying the tree honka. Until every month be a accumulate, every day be a accumulate. You know that. You are also aware say ECG and kasa kra no power na yen ye betumi consume no mkofa no ebedru ye ho no na eswate saka no they are eyira because of weak transmission cables in ade no abai na betu hoka. You also aware say ECG so ntumi ngigi ne sika nyina enkonkotua power na ye omkoto ye ne ka ni nyina ka bom ema ye mayen sa ye energy sector debt no enti se wo beje 6 billion a year wabra wo mia ye kon ema ye ni hane a men kan kire ye say wo mia ye kon ne yenka ya nantum na be resolve ya maye dache because we are aware say they wo benya nyina wo mu nyina ye 6 billion by the time a year ne be end ya wo be accumulate wo be to 6 billion no na wo accumulate more now we move here for the next year. You are aware, the finance minister is aware of this, the energy minister is aware of this, the president is aware of this. Obi o to be king kan me say wa wo tie me bia no pese wo hu Ghana handsome a memo bi nkankyerɛ ko finance ministry website, ko energy ministry website, everything is there. One kasa koto boss na kan, you understand some of these things for yourself. So the government is misleading us to make money and go and use it for some of the things they promise now. Omo create revenue gaps no muntu mean raise to just go and use it for it. Na enei o se ye kasa e ya abofo no. O se ye kasa ye tuatua so. Yo ene ye beka. Me de it will be put on record say when they started this scam, when they started this criminality, I was here and I spoke about it. The same way October 2015, o mampeni Joma Mabeka Chense yentu ya mo no mo endi dumsa e kasa obwa enye no kre no. Mpani ampa ebe mu se obwa enye no kre no. That same way ene nyina e wa ha ye bedu ho dance ye. Nyankopon embo ye nyina ye ho ban. Nyankopon efa ye nyina ye kra ensi ye ne entena nkwamu nche. Nyankopon me nyina hoden ne nkwantenten ne ahoden. Na se nipa timi tira wiase de trimodin sei etwetwe meko hye ono ane manfo ani sei no wie no san ka kire mo se me de meko ahye moni enso mamon kasa Nyankopon ko a ene nokra nokrefo. Nyankopon ko a ene ode atembu be den ebebre nyina. Na sada no du na se Nyankopon ebu yatan a wo ubetwa woni no na wo ene wo ndi se fo kwa na gina wo se na me no kasa yi unse me no kasa initially me catch you say the drivers union and I in a meeting GPRTU Samalamu deputy PR on a connect FM akasa obi kan you say me from anon kan akasa o say
we will increase transport fares soon. Samuel Amwa deputy PR GPRTU.
Okay obi me ka asama ye nyina ye nimu aye yawe obi hwe eyefa isn't a verified connect FM account FM. No, I just want you to know say a fact a idea way into me ka asem ngu from him obi opa $1 so ebra 2 cedi. It will not have an impact on the Ghanaian market woman or ton de o mala 30 senia ya to petrol mu. You know that for a fact. Opa $1 so bra 50 pesos enya impact te say dem no koto kwadu ene bayire ewo yeji e de bank cry no nti clearly no the Omaye no what it means is that the drivers unions are going to increase their transport fares or may revert it to the original fares or even more. They are going to pass it on to the passengers. Not just say market to men or more market can also be passing on amaye. We are now a better TV ni radio so catch and say Okadeko high sense cap from 40 near Masunti and only a sign of reducing burden. Na Ghana hano sa glamorous shops no sa mega stores no Ghana for the doors in a call in a day cotton yama. Na market one ya tomatoes and trowa meko jene ni ade ne de e bo no kwa na koso esa ne se we wia 1 cedi aba be hye wo don sa to ye botom yi 1 cedi akokoto na de ko live high life. Nyankopon ko a eno ne krofo o ma ye hoden dache ye bebu ye nwuma ho atan me da se obi
miracles abuaje honorable
preach
any other business
preach on brother hallelujah praise God miracles na ya miracles performing miracles on in Asempa studio Obi who say just I'm out for sending me a text message. Is it the same Dennis Miracles Abuajia or Muni na ne kase ne ya na saying? Because this was not his tone. It has never been his tone ever. Hey, Miracles now studio. You can imagine he comes with a certain bravado, with some force. Because yes, but then power no. You see, Obi, some of us, we've seen power, we've been seen out of power, we've seen power, we've seen out of power, you know, and yet we are not like, me, especially me in particular, and I know I'm talking for many of my party people. Yeah, my power right him. Today, I'm telling you the truth. Because you see, me, I'm even happy to a large extent, say, Obi, for as long as I can come and sit here and share my thought with the Ghanaian people on matters that border on your politics, near development, without fear or favor. Me, NDC, you saw my post, no? I am NDC died in the wool. You understand? But I am a Ghanaian too. It is a bibina say nyameda. As I said, with me expressing on behalf of the Ghanaian people.
Yeah.
I didn't cause of press. I picked up my phone and I made a call. And I'm in Bisa once and they explained to me, say, it should be an ABBA app, but they are fixing it. And more 45 minutes.
Okay.
After about 1 hour,
a buy.
A buy. You understand?
Okay.
The buy me few kwani so. So, but at least when I made the call, a copy baby at least obi who say look, someone cares in that neighborhood. You know, say bibi uncle be a relaxing one. At least a bema and who can be ab kumua or bekwakoyen in terminal to say yetimi aso. That is how Omamba pa. Also, you lay your patriotism, you bring it to bear on the people around you, the community you find yourself. We have a role to play in this. That is why I make us say, Ghana Nina, sa one CD be affecting on. Our role to play, I have a role to play. It's not about fair I bekosro. Fair no bekosro by a certain margin po. Na se be wukoda na usoro peso to adie so now wo light. Enya fe na ye dunga ukọ sre obi fie light now they akoto adie ne ne keka ka ho. I believe say this 24-hour economy you're looking forward to its implementation. It will come up as a result of having constant electricity because we want to even light up our city in the night. It is a unique constant lighter. What is the use? How are we going to do that? And as I said earlier, Obi, yentimi mbobusia o ye ba yensu yentwa sika one cedi. As a government we could have done so, but yempese ye be ye ni MPP for ni ye ni bi in a just 1 year cycle almost 48 billion in excess of way in excess of what they were supposed to mrama omukwan say omuntra. Yeah, by 5 months they enter 1 cedi. Yeah, yes system ayewo ye be bobusia kra within internal borrowing kakra and ye dey manage your revenues ne ade ye hweso ye ye dey tuatua ye ho aka. This assembly I was telling you how much has been committed to them, and at least this month June mate say they will start paying contractors. I know so that release will go and then contractors will get paid. Obi ufu say enye say ni ebumai. This is what I believe, say, the Ghanaian people will look at. Just that, like I said, the fact say yentimi more prior information before the passage, that is where a whole way kakra ewoho. But like I said, as quickly as possible, we need to get back to the Ghanaian people and get to explain things to them. No montia se enye boapayo enye se ye bibi e dia panisio mo ana se be windfall kakra na aba no ye mpese omo be enjoy ana se bibi, but e bibi ehia ye nyina se pese ye koye nimu a intino ye sre ena ye sre se even though aba nimpo free mu any kwan fa so ba ye ne keka ka ho no and yes did foul be at any MPP for no person or can and I know money hobby and not permitting miracles what means was sorry Johnny said you mean I mean not come Peace FM or say NDC phone kwan Ryan fight and the capacity bill. Obi, is that the truth?
No, so minority for this stage walk out.
No, but that is not what he said.
Okay.
Or say NDC phone kwan fa Ryan eko pasi you like MPP for ni hobby. Oba hano and osisa no because odim sa ha de o kan sa correction bebam but Peace FM and yes I no can no hano kan no so omo crofo kakra na e wo ho no omo ye yiana omo sorry free omo sorry pie. That is how he said it here in your studio. But Peace FM it was different. It was Facebook. Oh Obi me to be better we studio ha and Danny bibia da I can't, my system won't take it. Me Ade me kan yeda and answer me who yeda na me ametimi I bob it just because I wanted to sound in a certain way, like to twist it in the people's mind. Be no Obi. Me wa Holy Spirit. It will he will convict me.
Yeah.
What I say? Did this my pound chow? Answer me free, and I've lived with that life over the years. Inti entro try me ding. You see, careful or baby say it shall be but febo no ba feel jaumali like it do emrebia. Send your baby beers as a udintro, uchantro. A baby or mubu, a bia trono, a bia by you could pursue be person will be sikaina with Jana Babe Shell Manchia. Now, about her, one who's will be a well, her baby. Oko kase an o she ha unim se ye kokuno intino e hodie na se santro ni bidie e ba critical e bia metimi etwa bi ba se mi aminim sade ye blue na mani tua na me se white die ene die ne ye NDC class mami amimbe ye se NDC e kra na suma me se we yanka ne sei me dibika ti Obi Ghana for ene sa semo ye ni mu edi hu kita hu ye adisedia ye de to wanim se we die munji ntumu ma ye enye ne bone so ye ne papa mu ena ye de na ye hye mu Bonsu se sa sika no ade potin a yesi ye de beye no eno ne ye behwe ne ye di aye. Now if at any point the senior Professor Bopin Kaye no
yes
so who say we are misapplying the money in any way omunyi Ghana for asutri because those of them who have that eye they can pick it real quick so that we all will support them. Now koye sa 11 ni hwan o ye gidi akoye kwan na ye hu baby asasika no fire Ghana for a pool you know. This one Ghana for want to see the use of it. So President launchy your friends 1st July
wait, 1st July say a national Thanksgiving service.
There's a program coming on. I think first or second. Apart
from the Thanksgiving service,
there's this launching of the 24-hour economy.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It there's that feverish for us to put some things in order, so that when it's launched, and yes, I be launching now, you quite relax it. As soon as it's launched. Then the wheels will also begin to move. Now, yetimi shishe na emisio. Na Ghana enfa nentuma pa infra. That is all that we've all been praying for. Iti Ghana for yadama sise mwenya ya hwa butre. mamunsa NCC for.
Very well. Yeah, that's Papa Pama. Memfam Rena Akanema etifo na menkan omo messages kakra na fe yemfa dwumade no emra awieye. Ekosiisen so ni in about 5 or 6 minutes time no I'll wrap up. Where's the Obi? So in the introduction of this levy is an admission that there is doomsor, right? So why were the NDC telling us there is no doomsor? If you do propaganda with facts, time will expose you. What occasioned the earlier 14% increment in power tariffs? Doomsor levy, buy one get 4.5 free. Kweku Noah, popularly known as village secretary, Nyametiase, Ejumako, Ekutuase, and Odiwe Abre, Ejumako, Ekutuase. This one says that, good evening, OB. Even though I vehemently disagree with the 1 cedis amount imposed on fuels, but the analogy of free SHS fees catapulted by miracles is completely incongruous. I would wish to solicit this for miracles. That his government collateralize the ESLA fund. Can he enumerate the futuristic ramifications of that singular decision took by his government? We are fixing the mess they created. Bosomtri Okujeto, aka Fireman, Edie Enie. And that's on our WhatsApp number 0548 443 523. We say Obi, good evening. I like the way Honorable Kwejedu Asare is making his submission because it's the same MPP that caused the energy crisis, and now they are talking like they don't know anything about it. Prince H. Eduafo, all the way from Limpopo in South Africa. Limpopo. Obi, good evening. Warm regards to Patriot Miracle Sabuaje and Honorable Edu Asare. Please tell the minister that we are not ready to pay the Nicodemus levy, aka Atutubutum tax. Obi, so does it mean these politicians give with one hand and with the other hand they take back from us? Of what benefit is it to remove E-levy only to substitute it with a higher D-levy? Bennett Danso, Ayawaso Gan North, Edie Enono. Obi, good evening. When you plan a budget with 15 Ghana's this to $1 and the cedi to dollar drops suddenly to under 10 cedis to $1, your economy is in serious trouble unless you do not know how dollar index taxation and revenue collection works. So the NDC government is dealing with a serious revenue gap due to the sudden dollar drop, which they didn't influence in any way. That's the plain truth. Freddie in Tema. I don't think they would agree with you, said they didn't influence the dollar drop. I mean, it's been said, say, measures upon put in place now, see the now holding above form. Obi, please ask Honorable Edua Sari if he still believes Dr. Baumia is the owner of Haptel as claimed by the NDC. Good afternoon, Obi. Certainly, the supply of expired goods by the former vice president happened in the north following the flood from the Bagre Dam. According to NADMO, all stocks were mixed with the relief goods. Okay, this was reported by Ghana Web on September 26th, 2018. Okay. Please, Obi, if the NDC is saying they are bringing 4 Ghana cedis 50 pesos per gallon so that we can have light on, then what is the rationale of increasing the light bills by over 14%? They just took e-levy because it was a burden on the politicians, and I've brought up this energy levy all because they would be giving free fuel, and we the ordinary people would be buying it. Same from Hremoase, and Odiwe Abba. Obi, good evening. Okay, I've dealt with this one already. Obi, good evening. Please, I have devoted my time today to listen to the program from start to end. Now listening very well to Dennis, he made mention of the department NDC left at the debt NDC left at the energy sector. But he, Dennis, refused to mention the amount the NPP government left at the same energy sector. Why are we doing this to Ghanaians? Kindly ask Dennis how much they added, please. Wilson Kwesi Mensa or Madina in Kranheya. Obi, good evening. Greetings to my fellow patron Dennis Miracles Abuaje. Sometimes some moves by government in the power sector makes communication very difficult for even people who are highly recommended as good communicators. Listening to Honorable Kwejo Edu-Asare on this issue of the 1 cedi tax imposed on every liter of fuel, he seems not to be very convincing. Patriot Kwejo Edu-Apeu, Suhum, in the Eastern region. Obi, my name is Odame in the Kintampo South constituency. I love listening to Honorable Edu-Asare, but today he seems to be struggling. 1 cedi per liter is just too much. Justice Odame Kintampo. Obi. Yeah, so good afternoon. Did I hear correctly that some NDC propagandists are now asserting that the depreciation of the dollar is not exclusive to Ghana, but rather a worldwide trend? If so, why are they claiming credit for the city's appreciation when they haven't made any significant contributions? It's truly remarkable. They are now rejoicing over the restoration of the Doomsor levy, which is essentially a buy one get one free scheme, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Power indeed is ephemeral. Happy birthday to my good brother Amweni Fita, a die-hard NPP serial caller, and regards to Thomas Oheneba Boachi, UK branch organizer hopeful, and Hajia Safia, the next women organizer. Same Boachi ewo Asaman Kese in the Eastern region. Obi, why are people making it look like there was no energy sector levy when the NPP took over? The NDC should make ECG work and not to burden us. What is this robbery for? One for Wudin and Kahun. Good afternoon, Obi. We expected President Mahama to do things differently, but from what we are seeing now, he seems to be doing even worse and is abusing the laws of the land. The cost of living has shot up. Talk time, data, cement, and even basic food items like plantain have become very expensive. A single tuber of plantain now sells for 20 Ghana cedis. As if that is not enough, we woke up to yet another slap in the face.
Tuber of plantain.
Yeah, also tuber.
Hey, interesting.
A killer tax called Doomsor levy. Is this really the hope that NDC and Mahama promised us? Obi, you and Omayini should kindly sing the Mahama is the hope song for us again, because right now we are not seeing any hope. Kweku ofori amanfo o late biokoshi odiena odia brain. Obi, good evening. Tell Honorable Edu-Asare that he go explain tire nanso emfa Sadat ewo Sabon Zango ewo Nkranha. Obi, I listened with utter surprise as Miracles described the NDC government as arrogant, braggart, incompetent, and even went as far as calling them a scam. This is truly astonishing, and I say this with the utmost respect. If Miracles would take a moment to revisit some of his own public statements just 6 months ago, he might want to reconsider those adjectives. The challenges we are grappling with today didn't appear overnight. They are deeply rooted in the decisions and policies of the last 8 years under the NPP's leadership. Leadership decisions that have left a lasting impact, particularly in the energy sector. Rather than attempting to whitewash this legacy or emotionally blackmail Ghanaians with political soundbites, it would be more honest and frankly more productive to acknowledge the role the NPP played in bringing us to this point. Paul De Suso, of Worcester, Massachusetts. Obi, I want to know from Kwejo Edu-Asare, is the ESLA still operational? And if yes, why the Doomsor levy? The NDC is being served their own propaganda menu.
Correct, no matter why.
Maybe.
And say ESLA, no, a friend saying ni part 2.
Yes.
And the current law now you're passing.
You will lambast 1 Ghana cedi on 100 Ghana cedis, but you are happy with 1 Ghana cedi on 12 Ghana cedis. Those who sign a reckless take or pay agreement must be arrested. Sampine, former mayor, Kumase. Obi.
Sampine, Bonsu.
Shamima Muslim and Amma Pratt ought to stop insulting our intelligence. They don't purchase fuel themselves, as the state already provides them with a V8, a saloon car, and complementary fuel. The difference is clear. President Akufo-Addo and his able lieutenant stabilized power for 8 years without any so-called Doomsor levy. Indeed, we have now seen the true colors of the umbrella in Kontompofo. The Egyptians we see today, we shall see no more. Samuel Bryan.
And so we are here. We haven't gone anywhere. We are still here. You are the ones who have been.
Where's the Obitel Swagger? Killer Intia. Is this some new way be about social media? Killer Intia. Now we draw Safo.
We there. Killer
Killer Ope Charlie, some way. Ekosiisen says, non swabo me enhwe ne emfa dwumadi in swabo me dase. Me dase pa nyame hwa. Dennis Miracles aboagen so be kan yen. Honyame adom ochena ye besan aba. Yemfa sedama wona wo boa yen. Fontina 74, Royal Kingdom Estate, Provident Insurance, Africa Queen Mackerel, Ecobank Ghana, Blue Star Lotto, Syntex Tank, Power Jet Batteries, Franco Trading Enterprise, Millennium Insurance, Tabia Herbal, Felisco San Ghana Limited. And you may queen in Abuayen, Nedi Ekosiisen Ebremo, and production team, and so Dominic Kisiya Boa, Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei in Tiamwa, Ebenezer Tete, or my Hine Kwabena Sante, Equia Boachewa Yadom. Midin Osei Bonsu. We'll be back tomorrow with another exciting edition of Ekosiisen. Lucky dupe. He says big boys don't cry. If you're a big boy,